These are extraordinary times, and we face an extraordinary challenge. Our strength, as well as our convictions, have imposed upon this nation the role of leader in freedom's cause. It is a contest of will and purpose, as well as force and violence. And in that contest, we cannot stand aside.
Gentlemen, to West Berlin, and next year, Moscow.
Moscow. West Berlin shit. You boys will never fire a shot.
Oh, shit. Van, you want to tell me what the hell you did so wrong to pull Vietnam?
I'm gonna see combat, boys.
A bunch of gooks with shotguns.
Hey, those gooks beat the French.
Ooh, beat the French.
Who has beat the French?
Mark my words, gentlemen. Vietnam is the war of the future.
Ooh, war of the future.
Right.
Oh,
War
man.
of the yeah.
Howdy, darling.
Hi.
Same again for me and my constituents over there.
Right, 2 whiskeys, 2 beers.
And a Coke, please.
Coke. That's right, we have a good boy over there, huh?
That's me, honey. I don't drink and I don't smoke.
What else don't you do?
Keep the change. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know love could be so
Hey, I brought you some flowers.
What's to celebrate?
I got it. I got it.
The Pentagon?
Vietnam. Vietnam!
Vietnam? Well, what happened to Washington?
Mary, don't you see? I'm going to war. You know what happens in a war? Guys like me get promoted. Now I can fight my way to the top. Oh, we are going to Washington. But I'm going as a soldier, not a goddamn clerk.
Wait a minute, John. You kind of smell like perfume.
Oh, yeah, one needs the flowers. Baby, this is the chance we've been waiting for. This is it.
3 sacks of mail, yeah, and packages. Enlisted men over here. Yeah, tell them to hustle. Enlisted men over here. Saigon over here in the truck.
Okay, right over there, sir. Morning, sir.
Van, John P., Lieutenant Colonel.
Colonel Van. I don't have you on manifest,
I was
sir.
supposed to be on yesterday's flight. I missed it.
That flight crashed, sir.
Well, I'm glad I missed it.
Go ahead, take that Jeep right there, sir.
That's Steve Burnett, Times.
Go ahead.
Hey, you're a
sir.
lucky man. You should be dead.
I should have been dead long before yesterday. What's your name?
Steve Burnett, Times.
Hey, you don't say. You need a ride?
Sure.
Hop in.
Welcome, Colonel.
Thank you. You mind getting in the back, soldier? I like to do my own driving. Let the man from the Times sit up front. Just point me in the right direction.
An exotic little war in an Asian paradise. That's how one of my colleagues described it. After the French were defeated in 1954, Vietnam was divided between Ho Chi Minh's Communist North and the southern regime of Ngo Dinh Diem. The Communists launched an insurrection to capture the South, so America sent 11,000 advisors to bolster Diem's army.
Look at this place. Man, this is a place worth fighting for. Can you imagine what's going to be like if the communists get it?
God, look at that.
Where'd they get all the water from?
They terrace the fields at different levels, I think, and then they have a bunch of canals and dikes and bring it all down.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, each one of you will be assigned to a division of the South Vietnamese Army to act as their senior advisor. The South Vietnamese soldier is a magnificent fighter, highly motivated, tough, and intelligent. The body counts given to this office are nothing short of remarkable. Just take a look. Theirs is a splendid effort, and it is our job to support them. I know you're all experienced soldiers, but we have been sent here as advisors. President DM is decent and God-fearing. Our God, by the way. He is emphatic that this is a war between the legitimate Vietnamese government and their communist invaders. Now, we all know that Red China and Moscow are behind this, So we have every right to supply and support these people, but it is their fight, and they are in charge. So give them your best, because they are giving us theirs.
Colonel Cal?
Chạy, định vô chú. Khoan, phía sau. Rồi. Được rồi. Đứng dậy. Rồi, đi.
Sir? Lieutenant Colonel John Van.
Frank Drummond, sir. S2, Rondre.
Sergeant? Sir. What the hell's going on here, Major?
Well, this is just a little, positive thinking, really. Let me introduce the division commander, Colonel Cal.
Colonel?
Welcome, Colonel Van.
Thank you.
Yesterday, we killed many VC. But they take some of the body away. Still, I must send photo to my president. It is good for morale, no? Come, let me show you my command.
How many men did you say you had attached to your division?
About 500.
Impressive.
Yes, we have a very strong fighting force here, Colonel Van. Thanks to your government's assistance, we are arming the people to fight alongside us. Soon, you and I will defeat the Viet Cong.
I look forward to it, Colonel.
Chú ý, tiểu đoàn chuẩn bị tập hợp trực diện tại bộ chỉ huy. Chú ý, tiểu đoàn chuẩn bị tập hợp trực diện tại bộ chỉ huy.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Colonel. What's going on?
We have received important intelligence.
Yes, sir. Frank, what do you got?
Colonel Village Elder is confirming a Viet Cong instructor is infiltrated and training new recruits right here at Village of Tam Binh.
Okay, what's the plan?
We will attack here and here.
Shouldn't we bring a team around behind the village to cut off any retreat to the mountains?
Yes, but all in good time, Colonel. Shall we commence battle?
Let's go.
Colonel, I thought we fight a battle together.
Yeah.
No. We must command from here. This is where I fight many battles.
Gee, Colonel, that's not how I do things.
Colonel, please, join me by my side.
Tiger Center, we're approaching Tam Binh.
Sir, we should cut off their retreat now.
Patience, Colonel. We must not hurry.
Tiger Center approaching from south of the village, appears to be moving up ahead. Over. Fire here. One man down. Repeat. One man down. Over.
Halt the advance. I send helicopter now.
I'll take care of that.
Colonel Van! Halt the advance. I will send a helicopter to you now. Do not advance. Repeat. Do not advance.
Okay, Frank, I've got a chopper. I'm on my way. What's your situation? Over.
John, we got one Arvin soldier with a leg wound. He's stabilized. Over.
Roger that, Frank.
John, my hands are tied here. The enemy's getting out the back door.
I'll come around from the south, cut off their escape route, see if I can't put a scare in them. Over. I see him. I see 1, 2, 3. There's rifles, Colonel. Go more. Circle around, fast. Roger that. Get down low behind them. Watch them out of that tree line. Shit, don't let them get away. Go lower. Oh yeah, dead right. I'm heading behind them fast and low. Hold it! Stay on the deck! Action! Let's go! Outstanding, sir! Outstanding! Alright, let's get after the rest!
Looks like we got a reception committee.
We got prisoners here, let's go! This is no good, Colonel. I am in charge. You hear? I am in charge.
Your plan worked, Colonel. You've killed the communist recruiter. Congratulations.
Good work, Colonel. I will radio headquarters that Tan Bin has been cleared. Good work.
Very good. Man, look at the scars on this old guy. They gotta be years old. This man was a warrior. Probably been fighting all his life. Japs, the French, now us.
In recognition of his outstanding victory at Tan Binh, President Diem has awarded Colonel Cowell the Vietnamese Cross of Gallantry. We are honored to have his sister-in-law, Madame Nu, who will make the presentation. Madam.
I am so proud of Colonel Cowell. I hope he will kill many, many more of these communist traitors. And together, we will kill them all.
That's one tough lady.
Heard the men aren't so tough.
Bullshit.
Like there's been talk that DM's men are unwilling to fight.
These men are kicking the Viet Cong's ass. All we're doing is supplying intelligence and logistics. Isn't that right, Major?
Yes, sir.
Let him know, photograph, please, man. Let him know this way. This way, now, right here, sir. Thank you very much. General, move in, please. Very good.
Excuse me. Do any of you ladies speak English?
We all speak English.
Oh, you're students at this school?
They are students. I am the teacher.
You're the teacher? Well, I hope this is my lucky day. I need a good translator, and, well, I'd be honored if you'd help me.
Soon I must go. Do you still want me to translate?
Yes, I do. Would you read the last entry?
The Americans are here. They have brought tanks and helicopters. The young men are afraid, but I tell them do not fear because the Americans are Guanfei. Guanfei, it's a word that means soft. and actually decadent. Do you understand? They can never win because they use only those of our people who are also Guanfei. The peasants are with us because they hate the Guanfei.
What do you believe?
Oh, I'm not interested in politics, Mr. Van.
What are you interested in?
My school? I enjoy it. You know, it allows me to decide my own life, and it's a very rare thing for a woman here.
I have to say this. I think you're one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen.
You did not bring me here to translate, did you?
Kill. He disables his enemy, then he kills him. Okay, yeah.
These men are kicking the Viet Cong's ass. It wasn't so much a lie as something he knew he could make happen.
There he is, Tiger of the Delta. Congratulations, Commander.
Thank you.
Beautiful medal. I must have a photo.
Van would charm, coax, cajole, anything to rally the South Vietnamese. At first, it worked.
By God, the best U.S. Vietnamese team for fighting communists.
American advisors work to bring the level of training and combat readiness of these forces as high as possible. Superior equipment and mobility are used to full advantage to carry the fight to the enemy swiftly, wherever his presence becomes known. The Vietnamese soldier is quick to grasp the techniques involved in copter-borne counteraction to guerrilla raids on country villages, and he uses his new knowledge well.
Colonel Cal, what is the mission?
We are mounting an assault on Tan Binh.
Tan Binh? You've already cleared Tan Binh.
No, we must cleanse the village thoroughly.
This is ridiculous.
Colonel, please. You have to understand, I must follow the order of my president. If I do not, then my family is in danger. He has told me no casualty.
But you are at war with the Viet Cong.
You want us to fight the Viet Cong. So we fight them. My president needs your money and your gun because he has many enemies. Think I'm not as simple as in America.
Jesus H. Christ. We're eyeball to eyeball with the communists all over the world. These guys are out shooting rabbits.
General Sharp's instruction for us to steal back the rice on behalf of the peasants has paid great dividends.
This General Giap is a very clever man.
Tell me about your wife.
We're separated.
What does that mean?
Well, it means that she lives on one side of the ocean and I live on the other.
Sau 2 tuần lễ căng thẳng và sợ hãi, ông Khrushchev, lãnh tụ Nga, đã tuyên bố cho lệnh rút dàn hỏa tiễn ra khỏi hải phận Cuba.
The Russians are taking the missiles out of Cuba.
Ha! I knew it.
Và tối nay, Tổng thống Ngô Đình Diệm đã tổ chức một cuộc
These are dangerous times, John.
But they're exciting times, Lee. Exciting times.
Saigon Command has located the enemy's radio transmitter here at Ap Bak. We will land the 1st Airborne Force here and the 2nd here. Advance here and capture the objective.
I have to brief my men, Colonel.
Kananu, get on.
All right, here's the drill. Frank, I want you to take the lead armor. Ron, you take the first infantry chopper. I'm going up in the spotter plane.
What about Cal?
Hell with him. I'm gonna check this one out for myself. Go!
No signs of movement below. Over.
Appak, January 2nd, 1963. For a year, the Viet Cong had studied the Americans and their tanks and helicopters, studied and learned. Now they were ready to stand and fight. Vietnam's exotic little war was about to turn into a quagmire.
Roger that. Thumper, this is Colonel Bogey. What's your ETA, over? Roger, Colonel Bogey. This is Thumper. We're about 30 seconds away from objective. Over. Roger that. There's a thick tree line east of the LZ. Tell your boss to stay at least 300 yards away from that. Roger. Okay, over. Okay, reposition. Come back around. Get those tracks up online and be ready to move fast when I give the order, over.
Roger that. Okay, you're heading for the tree line.
Warhorse, take your 3 birds out to the west behind the tree cover. Over. Colonel Bogey, this is Chopper Force Alpha. We're swinging west of the target zone, over. Thumper, I want you to put your 2 birds down to the east, over. We're coming in from the east toward the LZ now. You're overshooting the LZ. Go around. Hang on. Get out. God damn it. Ow! Hawkeye, what the hell's keeping you? Get those tracks in there. We got 2 birds down.
We're taking heavy fire here, John.
Shit. Tiger Center. We got 2 birds down. Move on the objective now.
Move up to the tree line now.
Shit. Damn it.
Come on,
Frank, move.
He doesn't understand English now, John. Go. God damn it!
Hawkeye, come in! Thumper, come in! God damn it! Take her down, down!
Give me a hand with these guys! Hold his neck!
What the hell is going on here? This isn't a game.
We have lost helicopter.
Yes, Yes, you lost telegraphs. Now get your goddamn infantry into that field.
No, we must withdraw.
You will not withdraw. We have men down out there. You will hold the line.
Second chopper coming in. Let's move it. Move it.
Get that jeep over here.
Move it.
Shit, come on, Steve. Go stand. It's okay. You're gonna be all right. Hang in there. Hang in there. No, stay awake. Stay awake. Come on. How you doing there?
What the hell happened, John?
Give us a hand. Let's get him loaded up.
Almost there. Let's get him on the jeep.
Charlie kicked our ass. They knew they wouldn't fight, so they stood their ground.
Move it out. Move it
Come
out.
here. What a waste. Goddamn stupid waste.
That's 659. Head, head!
Carry on. Gentlemen, you wanted to see me?
Yes, sir. Well, sir, given the setbacks we suffered at back, I thought you'd be interested to know the current enemy
Just
strikes.
what in the hell is this?
Well, sir, the red areas indicate current Viet Cong concentration.
We control these areas.
Sir, I'd have to argue that.
Who have you talked to about this?
No one, sir.
Now, you get this straight. Outback was a victory. We took the objective. We drove off the enemy. Everybody knows that ours are beating theirs.
We lost 88 men, sir, 1,500.
Don't lecture me! You spread defeatist nonsense outside this room, I will have you court-martialed. And the charges this time will stick. I want that overlay.
Steve.
Hey, Chang.
Thanks for meeting me.
My pleasure. Did you see this?
An important victory. 101 VC dead.
So what's the truth?
It's the most miserable damn performance I've ever seen.
Would you be willing to talk about this?
Somebody has to.
Look, John, I know you have a military career, and if we do this thing, a lot of people are going to read it.
I understand. Start writing. The South Vietnamese command has no interest in fighting the communists. The ordinary soldiers are willing, but their officers' priority is to protect Diem's regime rather than to stop communist insurgency.
What about all those things that we get, the casualty figures, battle reports, the briefings?
The numbers are all phony. They make them up. These battles are a joke. And they attack areas that the VC have already vacated, or they attack from one side and they leave the enemy a wide open backdoor escape route.
But surely American assistance has made some difference.
Oh yeah, that's helped. It's helped the communists. We supply guns to the peasants, and they turn straight around and give them to the VC. At Atbach, we were being shot down by our own weapons. The U.S. Army advisory program is a complete sham. Totally ineffective. What's going on?
2 days ago, Wei, Diem's forces opened fire on a Buddhist protest. Killed 9 of them.
Can't get this guy to fight the communists, but he's willing to kill his own people.
I should cover this. okay. It's okay.
No idea what the hell is going on around here.
Miserable damn performance. Yeah, that's Van. I can just hear him say it. I want him busted now. Get him out.
General, he's got a month to go. Let's not stir up the press. Let him finish out, then we'll take care of it.
Shit.
I gotta go.
Give me your hand.
What is it?
It's for good luck.
I'll be back. Thanks a lot.
Hey, John.
Where's the story, boys?
The story's the shitstorm you caused back at home. We got cables from the Pentagon, Washington. We picked up some new friends.
Who are those guys?
DM put his boys on us for reporting ATBAC.
Well, the truth hurts.
We got something for you here.
To Lieutenant Colonel John Paul Van, from his good friends and admirers, the American Press Corps. I don't smoke.
But you can use it to light a fire under the brass back at home.
Depend on that. Bobby, thank you. Nick.
John, I hope nothing I've written hurts you.
Nothing can hurt me.
Okay.
Gentlemen.
Give him hell, John. He was our hero, an officer willing to risk his career to tell the truth about Vietnam. He set out to spread the word to everyone and anyone who would listen.
Oh, God, Katie. Oh. Good to see you. Man, you have grown.
How do you look? Great.
It's good to be home. Boy, have I got work to do. I'm gonna give them the clearest, most concise, kick-ass report in the history of the U.S. Army. Southeast Asia. Rubber, timber, and manpower. Southeast Asia. Communists want it. And we want to stop them. Oh, the communists want it. We want to stop them. Stop them. And in my hand, I hold the secret weapon to win the war in South Asia. Secret weapon to win the war in South Asia. In my hand, I hold the secret weapon to win the war in South Asia. Rice. Rice, gentlemen. Rice. To the Vietnamese peasant, it is everything. They fought the Chinese, the Japanese, they fought the French for their rice fields. The communists have hijacked that rebellion. They've hijacked that rebellion. This man, Ho Chi Minh, and his General Giap have promised the farmers they will give them back their rice. While our man, President Diem, continues stealing it. We must regain the goodwill of the peasants. We must restore the good faith of the people. To win the war in Vietnam, We must take back the rice revolution, throw out the rice dealers, and give them back their rice. We must wage war for the peasants, not against them. Build their houses. Don't destroy them. Kill the enemy with this instead of this. In short, we must harness the peasant revolution to defeat the communist revolution. Thank you.
Outstanding, Colonel.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to recommend that the Joint Chiefs hear this briefing as soon as possible.
That's great news, sir.
Get him over, send him right over to my office. I'd appreciate it.
Lieutenant Colonel Van to see the Joint Chiefs.
Please have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel Van to see you, sir.
Great to meet you, Colonel Van.
Thanks, real pleasure to be here.
I'm sorry I didn't get in touch with you sooner, but your briefing's been canceled.
Must be some mistake. I was assured that I would have an audience with the Joint Chiefs.
It appears there was a conflict in scheduling, and the chairman is anxious to hear your briefing at a later date.
The old guard closed ranks and shut him out. Van resigned. His military career was ruined. That's what he led us to believe. But John Paul Van had no career. He was an outcast, a man whose dark past had denied him the general stars he thought he deserved.
Where the hell were you last night?
Well, let's talk.
No, don't tell me. Don't lie to me. I know where you were.
Wait a minute, honey. Come on.
To hell with this.
Honey, wait.
You are a liar, you are a goddamn cheat, and you will never change.
Don't do this. Don't do this now.
Finished. I am so sick of putting up this front for you for your career. Your career! You screwed yourself out of your career years ago. We are gonna do something, or I am out of here.
Come in, Mrs. Van. I think we've made some progress here.
Good.
Your husband has been quite forthright about his lapses. If I could just explain something. Often when military men get put in pressure situations, they find themselves in a difficult position. They see sex as a kind of an outlet. It's a release. It's almost unconscious, you might say.
I thought we came here to be honest with each other.
I am being honest.
Did he tell you about the housemates in Japan?
Well, Mrs. Van, we didn't go into every specific case.
Oh, not every specific case. Okay. How about the babysitter in Kansas? Go on and tell him.
Mrs. Van, I don't think it's productive.
This is a very specific case. He slept with our babysitter. She was 15 years of age. She told the Army he was going to be court-martialed until he asked me to lie for him. No more lies, please. Tell him about your mother.
That's enough.
Please. Tell him about Myrtle. This is where it all came from. We can talk it out, please.
Mr. Van, maybe you would like to talk a little bit about this.
That's it.
Please.
I can't do this. Just tell me what it'll take to make you stay.
I want a life for us. I don't want to be warehoused in some army base.
You got it. Just don't bring Myrtle up again. Come on.
toast with you. Lunch.
Thanks, Mom.
I love ya.
The regime of South Vietnam's president,
Hey, I want to hear that.
Diem, comes to an end in a wave of violence. A few days before the army revolt, these pictures showed a man who seemed to have no premonition of the horrible death he was to meet.
Oh, I love this song.
Gone for soldiers, everyone. When will they ever learn? When will they ever learn? Where have all the soldiers gone? Long time passing. Where have all the soldiers gone? A long, long.
We interrupt this program for an important news flash.
John Fitzgerald Kennedy, President of the United States, shot by an assassin as he drove through the streets of Dallas, Texas.
He is 3 years old on this day, November 25th. He moves a pace apart from his mother and lifts his hand,
What is that boy doing?
saluting his father
He's saying goodbye to his
and
daddy.
his flag one last time.
Renewed hostile actions against United States ships on the high seas in the Gulf of Tonkin have today required me to order the military forces of the United States to take action in reply. We intend to convince the communists that we cannot be defeated by force of arms or by superior power.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Just the beginning, Bob.
She looks pretty. A good time, George. Great night, Mr. President. What a night.
Senator Dirksen, the president would be delighted if you join him in the Oval Office after the ball.
I will.
One thing I can say about the Great Society, it sure is crowded.
Up all night writing this one, Dick?
This is one speech I'll gladly disavow.
Got a clip in here. Quotes my honorable defeated opponent, Senator Goldwater. Calls my Secretary of Defense an IBM machine with lead. Outrageous! Now, I stand here tonight to tell you that I regard Bob McNamara here as not only one of the smartest, but one of the most humane men I know. And that goes for all my blue ribbon men you see here tonight. Yeah. Never in our history has there been such an abundance of brains and talent. Why, I got 3 or 4 Rhodes Scholars, 4 or 5 graduates of Harvard, a couple from Yale, and why, there's even one here tonight from Southwest Texas State Teachers College. And don't you know, that one rules the roost.
Jack?
Comment it.
I mean what?
The applause. He'll ask. In a land of great wealth, families must not live in hopeless poverty. In a land rich in harvest, children just must not go hungry. In a land of healing miracles, neighbors must not suffer and die untended. In a great land of learning and scholars, young people must be taught to read.
Bit more volume, please,
write.
Mr. President. I want to hear every brilliant word that Dick Goodwin wrote for your marvelous speech.
Goodwin? Who told you Goodwin wrote that speech? A dozen people work in my speeches. Nobody more than I do. Why, Jack here's been writing some of my best stuff for 7 years.
My penance for marrying away his last secretary, but thank you for the credit, Mr. President.
Good night, Jake.
Good night, Mr. President.
30 years and
Night,
more.
Senator.
Good night, Jack.
With the resources I have had, I have vigilantly fought against it. I have learned.
Yeah, Goodwin wrote maybe a word or two. Great being one, society the other.
Smart son of a bitch got that out of a book.
Before this generation.
Now listen to me, Ev. And listen well. You're a good friend. I don't want to see you retire prematurely. But as this reception plainly shows you, the American people ain't gonna stand for you fellas on the other side of the aisle dragging your feet in any of my programs. Now, FDR passed a handful of bills in his first 100 days. I'm gonna pass a bucketful. Poverty, education, health care. And I'm gonna finish what I started on civil rights, too. I'm telling you, Jim Crow put a collar on more smart men, sure as they were sentenced to an Illinois chain gang.
Oh. I take offense, sir. We are most humane to our condemned.
The great society is my beautiful woman, Ev, and I'm taking her by the arm. And as the greatest Republican leader of this century, Everett Dirks is going to take her by the other and help me escort that lady home.
Yes, and knowing what is likely thence to ensue, Mr. President, that is where I shall take my leave.
Lenny, I apologize for interrupting. I thought perhaps you'd like some sandwiches from the kitchen.
Mrs. Johnson, my most abject apology. I have kept your husband far too long on this most festive occasion.
No.
Mr. President, heartfelt congratulations, sir.
That is.
Good night.
Good night.
We feel now that you will have forgotten in abundance what we learned in hardship. Democracy rests on faith. Freedom has more to give. The judgment of God is hard.
It was a wonderful speech, full of such hope and promise. Dick Goodwin asked what I thought, and I told him it was a magnificent job. And you delivered it so very well.
I got it.
Yes, you did.
"9 p.m. unless you hear from me."
Morning, how are you? That for me, thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. What have we got here? A crisis in every capital? Just one. This is one cable? Not quite. Here's the rest of it.
The situation in Vietnam is continuing to deteriorate. We've been able to keep the noise level down since your campaign, but my guess is you'll be faced with a tough decision soon.
How soon? I got 19 million older folks can't see a doctor. 33 million under the poverty line. I can't have Congress distracted. Now, how soon, Bob?
Very soon, Mr. President. I hate to have to report this to you, but Max Taylor says here that Viet Cong enlistment is increasing rapidly, and that Saigon can't continue much longer to provide security for our advisors down there and fight an insurgency at the same time.
Why not? How many men does South Vietnam have out there fighting?
200,000. VC have about 34,000.
Well, how the hell can 34,000 lick 200,000?
Well, historically, a 10-to-1 ratio minimum is required for a guerrilla situation, and there's no way that South Vietnam could achieve that on their own. Now, we've kept our powder dry through the elections and the holidays, waiting for some stability in the South, waiting for the cycle of coups to end, during which we've had 5 killed in the attack at Benoit, 2 at our Saigon officers' quarters, and scores wounded with no retaliation from us whatsoever. Now, Wheeler, the other chiefs, Westmoreland, are fit to be tied, as you know. And now this from Ambassador Taylor. You might send Mac Bundy to Saigon to have a talk with him. I'd make another trip myself, but I'm in the middle of the defense budget right now.
I don't want to see the word Vietnam in that damn budget.
Well, you know I'd do that if I could. In fact, it's becoming increasingly difficult to conceal.
Bob, all I want to know is this. What's it going to take to get Ho Chi Minh to quit? That's all I want to know.
Mr. President, it's clear to me now that the answer is sustained military action in the air. And if that doesn't work, on the ground. This is the decision you are going to have to face, Mr. President. And as I said, very soon, I'm afraid.
Keep me up to date, Bob. Turn that thing off.
Yes, sir.
This Medicare speech is shit. Cut out the gobbledygook and sex it up.
Maybe Goodwin ought to take a crack at it.
Goodwin's got 3 months of assignments.
Oh, I just put the last of those on your desk, Mr. President. I'd be glad to look it over if you'd like me to.
All right. Put the music to it, Dick. Jack, I want you to tell him to stop taking credit for every goddamn word I say.
Absolutely, Mr. President.
All right. Come on, Bill. Up you come. Schedule me a haircut.
Surely.
And see if you can get Clark Clifford here for dinner.
Converting from Protestant to Catholic is a big step. Actually, Lenin took it better than I did. I was quite surprised.
Well, both you and Daddy changed your religions.
From one Protestant denomination to another. It was a matter of convenience and schooling.
Well, I don't think religion should be a matter of convenience.
And this is a private matter, Lucy.
You're finishing up at Texas, aren't you, Linda?
Next year, ma'am. She's dating George Hamilton, you know.
The actor?
Yeah.
With a tan?
And your sister may consider that private matter, too.
Oh, Mother, you must be joking.
Later.
Come on now, damn it. What's the reason this time?
I don't have the qualifications to be CIA director.
I decide the qualifications. You had all the qualifications to be Attorney General, didn't you? To succeed Bobby Kennedy? Yeah, there I am stuck with a friend of his, Katzenbach.
He's excellent.
Well, all right, you told me your interest was foreign affairs. Well, that's where I need your help, foreign affairs. What is CIA but foreign affairs?
I think my skills would better serve you in foreign policy, Mr. President, not foreign intrigue.
I hear you built $1 million last year. First lawyer in the country to do that. True?
Well, that's what 5% came to.
Well, hell then, before you can afford to take a hiatus from all this money making. Come serve your president.
I don't think you need an attorney, old friend. I think you need a magician.
A magician?
Yeah. Someone who can make a small corner of Southeast Asia disappear.
President Kennedy did not lose South Vietnam, and I'm not going to lose South Vietnam. I kept all these people on. He assured me he was determined to stick it out. Now, that little son of a bitch, Bobby's just hovering to swoop down and reclaim the mantle if I fail. He'll hang me from my left bowl. Goldwater hang me from my right.
That is complete nonsense. You humiliated Goldwater in the election. The entire right wing is in disarray. Bobby is a freshman senator with no record.
His brother was a no-record senator, too, wasn't he? And he came out of nowhere.
Daddy, would you like some dessert? Or are you on your diet
Now,
tonight?
you saved some for me, honey, if it's good.
How about you, Mr. Clifford? You want some dessert?
He's not getting anything. Now, Jack Kennedy put 16,000 advisors in there. I put in another 8. We've got 24,000 now. Teaching them people how to shoot and fly planes. We got patrols and covert operations. We got an alphabet soup of 8 programs, a lot of which I'd like to have right here. And none of it's working. Because of all this coup shit, it's like building bricks with no mortar down there. There's nothing real to hang on. Now, Ho Chi Minh knows this. And he's going to keep his people tacking until there's nothing left. Now, we call it quits or continue as we are. South Vietnam, maybe the whole of Southeast Asia goes communist. Yep. Now, even George Bull admits that. Everybody else thinks we ought to up the ante.
Bombing.
Look at this. Bunch of sheds just outside Hanoi, and they call that a military target. There's a school right up the street. Poles built it for them. Hell, Clark, I could build him 1,000 damn schools. I'd like you to start to follow the situation down there. Read some of these reports they keep throwing at me. I just don't know what to believe anymore. Biggest damn mess. And be on the outside, you could take a fresh look.
Do everything I can to help.
Yeah, except come work for me. Yeah. Hey, what about the Supreme Court? What if a seat opens up?
I'm an advocate. I'm not a judge.
Yeah, Clark, you're a hick lawyer from Missouri.
Well, I may be a hick lawyer from Missouri, but as you yourself pointed out, I haven't made Missouri wages for a long, long time.
You know, I ran saying I was for peace. Now, sure as hell, they're telling me I gotta do what I said I wasn't gonna do. What Goldwater was gonna do.
Lucy's converting to Catholicism. Big decision for a young girl.
He told me. He said when the press gets hold of it, they make it sound as if she did it as a tribute to the Kennedys.
Oh.
I swear, I think he was only half joking.
Clark?
Hello? I'm sorry. He's asleep. He's just gotten over pneumonia. I'd rather not wake him. I know. Is it possible?
Mark?
Sorry, Bob. Must be pretty damn bad to keep you at home.
Let's just call it the Hanoi flu. What the hell's going on here?
General?
2 Corps headquarters at Pleiku. Viet Cong cut through the wire. Blew up our advisors' barracks, planes, choppers on the runway, and Camp Holloway.
Casualty report.
More of the same. Advisors' compound next door. VC got in with mortars and grenade launchers.
There are 8 dead, 120 plus wounded, 6 choppers, 1 transport destroyed, other aircraft severely damaged.
Mr. Secretary, the National Security Advisor's in Saigon, is he not? Didn't the CIA say Hanoi would connect Bundy's visit with the decision on bombing?
Viet Cong agents in Saigon government probably leaked it out.
And knowing this, look what they did, Bob. They blew up 128 people just to thumb their noses at us. Now, what the hell are we going to do about it?
Number 33, the North Vietnamese barracks at Dong Hoi, just over the border in North Vietnam. About 6,000 troops based there. An isolated facility with minimal civilian support.
What are expected casualties?
3,600 troops, roughly 40 civilians.
How'd you come up with these numbers?
Sir, we take the approach, look at the blast pattern, size of the blast, demographics.
Mr. President, it's as sophisticated an analysis as I've seen, unprecedented in aerial warfare.
But Ho Chi Minh's not going to turn tail overnight. Saigon's going to take a shellacking for anything we do. And if they go in now, it'll be like sending in a widow woman to slapjack Dempsey.
Sir, we doubt Hanoi will slap back.
Didn't MacArthur say the same thing when me and Chinese poured into Korea? What does State think of this?
The risk of inaction means more aggression. Ambassador Taylor concurs. He's meeting with Saigon's leaders now. Should be calling the Situation Room momentarily. They'll put him through to me.
Mr. President, if I might, I was in charge of bombing surveys during World War II, and bombing never wins a war. Rather than erode the enemy's will, it strengthens it. We've seen this time and time again in the Blitz, Berlin.
The Blitz in Berlin never would have happened if we didn't lay down to Hitler at Munich. And if we lay down now, it'll be the same thing again. An open invitation to more of their aggression.
Mr. President, what we're proposing with Rolling Thunder is a strictly limited program of sustained retaliation, moving northward only if Viet Cong activity persists.
But it will persist, Bob. We'll be bombing their cities before we know it. Now, do we expect Russia to sit still for that? Or China?
Comparisons with Korea 15 years ago are flimsy at best, Mr. President.
You are absolutely right. China has atomic weapons now. They tested their first bomb 4 months ago. It was no dud. We have no idea what will set them off.
I don't understand. Why is this?
North Vietnam has secret treaties with the Chi-Coms, Mr. President. We don't know what the flashpoints are in their intervention.
We can take China out in 17 minutes. They'd be crazy to take us on.
I agree, Bus, but why assume they're as rational as we are?
Mr. President, 400 Americans have died in Vietnam, and now 8 more in these atrocities. There has to be a response to this aggression.
Mr. President, the Air Force will be launching strikes from the Da Nang airfield, and that base will become a more attractive target to the Viet Cong. General Westmoreland is requesting a Hawk missile battalion.
Is he asking for troops?
No troops. Saigon will be responsible for base defense, but if the Viet Cong activity intensifies, despite these measures, they may need some help.
But it will intensify, Bob. This is precisely my point, Mr. President.
Yes?
Mr. Secretary, Saigon, Ambassador Taylor.
Put him through. Max, we're all here with the President. Go ahead.
Mr. President, gentlemen, Saigon has agreed to the
commencement of airstrikes. They say their army is ready for any counterattack from the north.
All right, Max. Thank you. George, your concerns are mine as well, as you know. But we're nowhere near the point you suggest. And many here agree there's a good chance that Ho Chi Minh will quit if we start making him pay. Now, is there anyone here who's not agree with this?
I'm concerned about the press. They're going to view this as a change in policy.
There is no change in policy.
But we haven't struck back since the Tonkin Gulf affair 6 months ago.
That's right. That's when I asked Congress for the power. They gave me the power. Now I'm using it. But we're taking it slow. I'm not going to Hanoi. And I'm signing off on every target. You're not going to bomb the smallest outhouse without checking with me. You understand, General?
We understand, Mr. President.
All right, Bob. You better get going. Yeah. Anything else?
From Robert S. McNamara to Admiral U.S. Grant Sharp, Commander, Pacific Forces, Honolulu. This is an execution order. During daylight hours, 7 February 1965, Saigon time, conduct the following coordinated attack. Number 33, Dong Hoi Barracks.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Planes back?
Carriers weren't on station when the order went out, sir. The operation has been delayed.
Delayed?
About 90 minutes, sir. We should have word shortly.
Stand easy. What happened?
It's monsoon season there, sir.
Are they going or aren't they going? You find out what the hell's going on, you call me. Get the White House operator and push it through.
You want me to wake you, sir?
You won't wake me.
Why are you up?
Word for you.
Those planes should have been back hours ago. What's that?
It's a letter from a friend complaining about junkyards. She says here, they're all up and down the highway now. Through Dallas to San Antonio, Houston. to
Right
Austin.
on the highway or away where people can't see?
No, right along the road, defiling the countryside through Waxahachie and Hillborough and lovely San Marcos, where you went to school. Oh, love. Don't. Love.
Yes, Mr. President.
What are you doing about junkyards on highways?
What?
Junkyards! Well, I'm sending something over to your office right now. You jump in your car and your jammies, you might even bait it. Yes?
I spoke with Honolulu. They're cabling now. The planes are back. The primary was hit.
All the planes, they all get back?
No, sir, I'm afraid we did lose one plane.
What about the pilot?
Well, he went down at sea. Search and rescue is looking for him now, but I'm afraid it's not looking very good. I'm sorry, sir.
All right, thank you, Mo.
Good night, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President?
I'm sorry. Put this on Moyer's desk.
Yes, sir.
We lost a pilot.
Sweetheart. Oh, sweetheart. Oh, I'm so sorry.
This isn't about junkyards, is it?
Shit, what time is it?
I told Sandra I'd be home before 1. She didn't call. That's not a good sign. Why you? You coming or going?
He wants company. We started bombing North Vietnam tonight.
Christ. Are they talking about combat troops?
No. Not yet. No. Christ, I don't know what to tell the press. We are backing into a war here, for Christ's sake. And it's a war he campaigned against. But now, he talks like he's putting a paddle to Ho Chi Minh's behind.
Well, Johnson's a deal maker. He's the best politician this country's ever seen. He'll find a way out of this.
Sure. He'll just get old Uncle Ho down to the ranch, serve him up some tasty barbecue, and then offer him a dam.
Or a federal judgeship.
Well, Mr. President.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Congratulations on getting that education bill out of committee.
You know, it hasn't passed yet, has it? I want all of you up there on the hill day and night. Give me those yays. What is this? Tapioca pudding?
Yes, sir. Would you like it?
Now, voting rights. That's the meat in the coconut. Where do we stand?
At last tally, we are short 50 congressmen, but the Senate...
Stop with the House. Give me the names.
You want me to read the roll, Mr. President? All 435?
From Abbott, Virginia, to Zablocki, Wisconsin. Go.
Abbott, Virginia, nay. Abernathy, Mississippi, nay.
Where do you think you're going?
Home.
The hell you are. You're going to relieve him when he gives out.
Adair, Indiana, nay. Adams, Washington, yay. Adabo, New York, yay. Albert, Oklahoma, yay.
Boys, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get voting rights through. Not this session.
Well, I must say I don't understand, Mr. President. Only a month ago, in your State of the Union message, you made it perfect.
Reverend King, I've been to the well, and the well has provided. I got the votes on Medicare, aid to education. All these benefit the poor and disenfranchised. And you know who that is.
Please don't misunderstand. We are very grateful, Mr. President.
The Attorney General Katzenbeck here has written a beautiful piece of legislation. You think I want to carry that around in my ass pocket? You see, it's this problem I got in Southeast Asia. The Vietnamese. Them Southerners up on the hill, what are they but another bunch of colored people? And I go up there crawling for more aid. That's a must for Vietnam. Mr. President, old Wilbur Mills will say, you're going to have to raise taxes, declare war, call up the reserves. And by the way, that's going to cost you your war on poverty, your voting rights for Negroes. Just like World War II killed the New Deal, well, there ain't going to be World War III, I promise you. I'm going to nip this in the bud, I am. And as soon as I do, I'll send that bill up and more, I promise you. There will be no delay.
Well, Mr. President, we're going to be down in Selma, marching for the vote, and we expect you'll take notice to what we do down there.
During preparations for Martin Luther King's second attempt to march to Montgomery, 4 white men beat to death a Boston clergyman, one of the 1,500 marchers. The slain Reverend, James Reeb, had come to Selma in solidarity with Negroes attempting to register to vote. Amid growing concern about increasing racial violence in Alabama, Governor George Wallace is reportedly preparing a trip to Washington, D.C. to see the president. Meanwhile, demonstrations continue in front of the White House.
Call him off!
Well, we didn't organize them, Mr. President.
Call him off! Get out there, both of you! Call him off!
Daddy?
Why, those goddamn agitators wake you?
Oh, I heard you yelling.
Oh, sorry, honey.
Tell you how it can't be done. It's still strange to us, though,
how millions of dollars can be spent every day to hold troops in South Vietnam, and our country cannot protect the rights of Negroes in Selma and Marion, Alabama.
It's outrageous!
So we have
Now, everything's got to be now. Well, they want the whole goddamn world with a fence around it.
I just gave standby authorization to federalize the Alabama Guard. We just need your order.
We have to do it, Mr. President. Wallace won't protect those marchers.
You want me to send troops into Alabama, lose Stennis, Dirksen, Russell, every conservative vote I got hanging on a thread of spittle? Be Reconstruction all over again. Your friend Bobby Kennedy could have given me that advice.
Martin Luther King and his group of pro-communists have instigated these demonstrations by lawless Negro mobs in Birmingham. But the law-abiding citizens of both races, they are fed up with this rioting and disruption, led by so-called clergymen and their communist-inspired followers. I am therefore sending 250 state troopers into that city, supported by 500 other law officers of this state. I will meet our enemies face to face. I will not surrender.
Mr. President, Wallace is only coming up here in order to placate you. He wants things to get so bad down there that you have to put the troops in.
Then he'll lambaste you for invading his sovereign state, and that's how he'll save himself.
Goddamn runty little bastard! I want his pecker in my pocket.
The thing we have to do, we have to get him to ask for the troops. To say he wants rights, he wants peace, but he just can't control his own people. Make it his failure. That's what we have to do.
In an interview today, Governor Wallace denied that Alabama state troopers and sheriff's deputies used unnecessary force in routing Negro marchers in Selma.
Call the speaker. Tell him I want to address Congress. On television. That goddamn bill's going up now.
One more, Governor Wallace. A little closer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sit down, Governor. Over here. That's it. Over there. Oh, right in the corner. Corner, Governor. That's it. Hey, Governor. You wanted to see me?
Yes, Mr. President. I want to thank you for agreeing to see me.
Goddamn demonstrators. Keeping Ladybird up, disturbing my daughter's wrist. Turn that thing off.
Subversives, most of them. Communist Party's behind the whole thing.
You know what I do? I send some of them Secret Service boys out there with itching powder. Sprinkling on the back of some of their necks. They drop them signs they're carrying, scratch themselves raw.
That's a great idea. I'm gonna give my people on that.
Better than that, Governor. We ought to go out there. We got all those television cameras. You see those television cameras I got out there?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we go out there and we'll turn them cameras around and we'll announce that you decided to register every Negro in Alabama.
Mr. President, as much as I...
Nick, give me one of them Constitutions.
Yes, sir.
Nick's got the Constitutions. Hey, thank you, Nick. Now, Governor, I'm sure that somewhere in here it says that Negroes have the right to vote.
Yes, Mr. President, and they have the right to vote in Alabama, but it's the county registrars. They under Alabama law, they're independent, and I don't have the power.
George, now don't you shit me about who's got the power in Alabama.
Mr. President.
Now, come on, Governor. You're a persuasive man. Hell, I was watching this morning on all three networks. You were attacking me.
I wasn't attacking you, Mr. President. I was attacking the idea.
Idea, hell, you were attacking me, George, and I tell you, you're so damn persuasive, I nearly changed my mind. You have marvelous powers of persuasion, don't you, Governor? Governor Wallace, you and I shouldn't be sitting there thinking about 1965. We ought to be thinking about 1995, when you and I belong in our graves. Now, you got a lot of poor people down there in Alabama, a lot of ignorant people, people who need jobs, people who need a future. You can do a lot for them. In 1995, Governor, what do you want left behind? You want a great big marble monument saying George Wallace, he protected the weak, the poor, the impoverished people of his great state? Or do you want a little piece of scrawny pine laying there in a harsh caliche soil saying George Wallace,
he hated. I'm sorry, Governor. I interrupted you. You wanted to tell me something?
Mr. President, I've had the opportunity to reevaluate. And I think that I just may not be able to get things under control without some assistance.
Governor, I'll give you any assistance that's mine to provide. Now, what specific measures would you suggest?
The president and I have spoken, and I have assured him that I abhor brutality. And in my eternal commitment to law and order, I will do whatever it takes to maintain the peace.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
I speak tonight for the dignity of man and the destiny of democracy. There is no Negro problem. There is no Southern problem. There is no Northern problem. There is only an American problem. There is no cause for pride in what has happened in Selma. The cries of pain and the hymns and protests of oppressed people have summoned into convocation all the majesty of this great government. Our mission is at once the oldest and most basic of this country: to right wrong, to do justice, to serve man. This Wednesday, I will send to you a law which will eliminate illegal barriers to the most basic American right, the right to vote. Many of the issues of civil rights are very complex and most difficult. About this, there can and should be no argument. For outside this chamber is the outraged conscience of a nation and the harsh judgment of history. The cause of the American Negro to secure for himself the full blessings of American life must be our cause. Because really, it is all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice. And we shall overcome.
Yes, 93 million on TV. It's a record.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Hey, Dick, oh, come on, Dick.
Switchboard is jammed. Haven't had this many calls since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Oh, good to know they don't only call to complain.
Hey, Dick, sit down. That was old Dick Russell. Says I'm a low-down cur and a turncoat. But he wants me to know that it's the best speech he ever saw any president give. And that goes back to Lincoln.
Mr. President, Dr. King.
Oh, Reverend King. That's kind of you to call. Did you know I was on TV tonight? You saw it. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Bye.
You got Arthur Krim online, too, sir.
No, I can't. No. Sorry, don't. You know, boys, I'm reminded tonight of Texas hill country in spring.
Oh, Lennon, your guests are far too well. I appreciate your poetry.
Now, let me tell you boys about the hill country in spring.
Good night.
See,
Good night, all.
Good night, Mrs. John.
Good night.
Now,
Lucy.
in spring.
Lucy, come with me. Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Mrs. Johnson.
Good night.
Good night.
In spring, in the hill country, the sun is up early, and the ground gets warmer. And you can see the steam rising, the sap dripping. And in his pen, there's my prize bull. Now, he is the biggest, best hung bull in the hill. Well, in the spring, that bull gets a hankering for them cows, and he starts pawing the ground and getting restless. So I open up the pen, and he goes down the hill with his pecker hanging hard and swinging. Well, those cows get so goddamn excited, they get more and more moist to receive. And their asses just start quivering. They start quivering over. Every one of them is quivering. And as that bull struts into their pasture, oh, boys, we had him quivering tonight.
Arriving in naval transports, United States Marines stormed the beach at Da Nang, Vietnam in full battle gear. These are the first U.S. ground troops to step foot on Asian soil since the Korean War. They were greeted by some lovely local ladies. The Pentagon says their mission is a defensive one, to protect the U.S. Air Base from enemy attacks so Operation Rolling Thunder can roll on. Speaking with reporters, President Johnson emphasized that these 3,500 Marines will free up the South Vietnamese troops now guarding the base to go out and fight Viet Cong. Reports from the field, however, indicate that Saigon's forces may be no match for full Viet Cong regiments. Recently, in one of the heaviest attacks of the war so far, the Viet Cong inflicted major casualties in Quang Nai province. Unofficial sources say that many South Vietnamese army units are near collapse.
Oh, my, oh, my. Mr. President.
Mr. President? No, sit down, boy. I heard you fellas were talking over dinner.
Can I get you a plate of food, Mr. President?
Nothing.
Drink?
No.
Why do they want war with us?
To Ho Chi Minh and the North Vietnamese, this is just a continuation of the war with the French. And the Japanese and the Chinese, 1,000 years before that. We never should have allowed the French to reclaim their colonies in 45. But we needed them allied with us against the Soviets, and that was their price.
Do we end up like the French? Great power cutting and running from a bunch of little men in black pajamas, tucking our tail in defeat?
France didn't have the firepower we have.
But the bombing seemed to have no effect.
Well, it appears now that it won't stop them, but it has slowed down their resupply. Hanoi is starting to send down large units, and the more of their men we can tie up with repairing roads and bridges, the fewer they can spare to fight in the south.
What do we have there now?
Well, we've got the 3rd Marines at Da Nang, Phu Bai, Chu Lao, the 173rd Airborne at Vung Tau for base defense in support of the South Vietnamese units. 13 battalions in all.
Never mind battalions. How many boys?
51,000 troops, Mr. President.
And Westmoreland wants how many?
$184,000. And the authority to launch offensive operations under his own command.
The South Vietnamese are useless, Mr. President. They've lost 4 battalions in the last month. Desertions are at record levels. They're losing, and they're losing fast.
I know they're losing. I don't need a Phi Beta Kappa key to know they're losing. Anyone smart enough to pour piss out of a boot knows they're losing. How many casualties you think we'll take?
We could reach 500 a month by the end of the year if Hanoi hasn't quit by then.
500 a month. You tell Westmoreland he's got the authority. Tell him to get out there and kill Viet Cong. Do whatever he has to do to hold him off. Then you and Wheeler go and see him and nail him down on what he needs to get this thing over with. Then, damn it, let's get it over with.
Kid was setting fuses on the goddamn bridge, do you believe it? I was 5 minutes away. And that pot shot last time I was here, he missed me by a mile. Jesus. You'd think they put their best sniper on the job.
I wish I could tell you they were representative of the enemy, Mr. Secretary. My strategy for the war is divided into 3 phases. In phase 1, employing the 184,000 man level now being considered, we would halt the losing trend by the end of 1965. In phase 2, for which an additional 100,000 troops would be needed, Allied forces would gain the initiative by June 30, 1966. Pacification activities would be expanded, aimed at winning the hearts and minds of South Vietnamese peasantry. If the communists do not then give up, phase 3 of our strategy would kick in, the win phase, which would begin on July 1st, 1966, and conclude by December 31st, 1967. The defeat of remaining enemy forces and base areas. Additional reinforcements will be needed for this phase, following which Allied forces will begin to be withdrawn.
General, that's a marvelous plan, but excessively abstract. I want to see your numbers. I want to see the percentage of the country you now control and the percentage you intend to control with these 200,000 additional men. I want to see rates of infiltration and interdiction, force ratios in each of the tactical core zones, and enemy casualties in battles fought and in projected battles against these added forces.
Mr. Clifford, the President, on line 1.
Oh, friend, I need you here.
Whatever resources are lost through bombing or capture, China and Russia will make up with resupply, encouraging a friendly game of I'm more revolutionary than thou. Our intervention will give them a cause over which to unite, when it is in our interest to deepen the breach between them.
But wouldn't we lose credibility throughout the world if we give up as you propose? Wouldn't this be an irreparable blow, George?
A worse blow, Mr. President, would be that the mightiest power in the world is unable to defeat one of the most backward.
With the 71 battalions with Westy's plan, this war is winnable. I say we go in and we get the job done.
But can we get the job done? What if they put their stack in? What makes you think if we put in the numbers you're suggesting that Ho Chi Minh won't match us man for man?
This means greater bodies of men, Mr. President, which will allow us to cream them. Their firepower against ours.
Why does anyone think that they will accommodate us by fighting our kind of war? Their tactics are terror and sniping. They have better access to intelligence.
Why is this?
It's because the South Vietnamese government is heavily infiltrated with Viet Cong agents, Mr. President.
What other road can we go? Negotiations? Stopping the bombing? These make us look weak with cup in hand.
Better to lose now than after committing 200,000 men.
I disagree. We have to make a stand here, and if we fail, it could be chalked up to any number of things. Corruption among Saigon's leaders, for instance. Then we can get out. But this government will have stood up to the communists.
But we won't get out, Bob. We will double our bets and get massacred in the rice paddies.
So what's your advice, George? Cut and run?
Mr. President, no great captain in history ever hesitated to make a tactical withdrawal when conditions were unfavorable to him.
Does anyone else here agree with what George is saying? I've asked Clark Clifford to join us. Clark, do you have any comments at this time?
I have a question for General Wheeler.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, General.
Good morning.
If the president proceeds with his plan, what, in your view, would constitute a victory?
What is the definition of victory in this contest?
Yes.
A military victory in the traditional sense is not what we are seeking. To eliminate every last Viet Cong guerrilla could require as many as 500,000 men in 5 years.
No one's considering those kind of numbers. No one.
Our objective is to reach a stalemate, whereby we are attriting the enemy faster than he can replace his losses. This is the so-called crossover point.
And how many men will this require?
A substantially smaller number, depending on how the North Vietnamese respond.
Well, might they respond by sending in, say, 100,000 troops?
We regard this as unlikely.
Well, this is less than half the men they have under arms.
Well, it's certainly possible. They already have 50,000 men down there.
And to achieve the 10-to-1 superiority, which I understand is barely adequate for conventional forces in a guerrilla situation, how many troops would be required to meet this possible threat?
As I said, this would be unlikely.
1 million troops, is that not correct, General? You see, we would need 1 million men in Vietnam.
Excuse me. Clark, I can't tell you how grateful I am to finally have an ally at the barricades.
Well, it's just what makes sense, George. Not to Bob McNamara, but to me. 1 million men was straight out of your memo of October last year. An impressively persuasive document, in my opinion.
All 67 pages of it? I haven't shown much restraint on the subject, it's true. If he brought you in, it must be because I'm like an old broken record now.
Well, then there'll be two of us. Scratchy and irritating as hell. Good day, George.
Yeah?
Vista volunteers are here for the pictures, Mr. President.
Tell him I'll be out in a minute. And tell Valenti I want to see him right after. I called Marg as soon as I heard you're safe. Cowards.
I really appreciated that. She was pretty shaken up.
Yeah.
She hates when I go over there.
Well, I hate sending you. All thanks to high heaven. What do you want to tell me in private?
I've managed to keep these Vietnam expenditures under wraps as you requested, but if you decide to move forward with this, it's going to be impossible to keep up the guys indefinitely, and I strongly believe you should present this bill to the American people.
No, absolutely not.
Mr. President, I can't continue to hide these kinds of figures. Phase 1 of Westmoreland's program alone is going to run us $12 billion.
12 billion? I can't ask Congress for $12 billion.
Mr. President.
Bob, it'll be I'm sure to hell if I go to the hill asking for that kind of money. I never get another thing out of him again. Now, how much do you trim off that? Bob, I've got my ox in a ditch here. Now, what can you do for me?
If we continue to use the maximum transfer authority from other areas, I could probably cut these figures in half, but we'll still need a big appropriation to carry us through this year.
Yeah, but Westmoreland says if we put the men in, there's a chance they'll quit by year's end, right?
Well, that's certainly what we all hope, but we can't count on it.
Well, just do the number count, will you, Bob? Yeah. Get as low as you can. One more. All right. All right, thank you. Jack, I need a statement for next week. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to use it, but I need it ready.
All right, Mr. President.
You know, Jack, I want war like I want polio. The shooting, the bombing, goes against every bone in my body. You know that better than almost anyone. These young people here, that's what I'm all about. That was me in Catula, teaching Mexican kids, living in hovels, treated worse than you treat a dog. But here I start a $1 billion bank from Southeast Asia, free money, and Ho Chi Minh wants no part of it. I could have turned that place into the Tennessee Valley.
Already said he's willing to fight for 20 years.
And I know what he says, I know what I say, and I know what I must do, despite what I say. Damn it! I want to leave the footprint of America in Vietnam. Schools, dams, hospitals, bomb craters. That'll be our footprint. That's what I remember me for. Not for health care or civil rights or education. No, sir. It'll be Vietnam, Vietnam, Vietnam. 20 bills I'm trying to get out of committee. And 12 out of 18 working hours every day. My head stuck up that raggedy-ass little fourth-rate country. Doesn't even have the fight to save itself. You get with McNamara. You know what it's got to say. And tell Busby or Goodwin to put the music to it, Jack. Way up.
You didn't ask me that each time.
Trying not to wake you. Got the ringer so low, can't hear it. Got the flashlight. Maybe you ought to sleep in that other room you set up. What happened to that prime rib from the Medicare meeting?
Is that what you want? There's some nice chicken left over from the education lunch.
I saw him put it away.
Oh, darling, you've been so good about your diet that I don't see any point in the middle
I
of
don't
the
care
night.
about that now. Another heart attack might be the answer to my problems.
All right. You stop that kind of talk, please. I worry enough about your health. I'll fix something for you if you sit down.
All right.
Come on.
All right. I'm sorry, honey.
Lucy met a boy when she went on that Chicago trip with you last week.
What do you mean she met a boy? Why didn't I know about this?
That day, she went to Milwaukee and visited the William Feldsteins. She visited Beth Jenkins and Marquette, and Beth had some friends over, all the students there, and among them was this boy. Patrick Nugent is his name. He's Catholic. So Lucy will only date boys who are Catholic now. And she calls him Patty. So I am paying attention. He's just tons, Mother. She said to me that's the new expression. Tons. Move your elbow.
Thank you.
Now, you like the chicken? You remarked on it. I didn't know of it. You might have shown it to me this morning.
I'm woken you again.
Oh.
Like a jackass in a hailstorm. I guess I'll just have to hunker up and take it. I feel like I'm going down on the plane. I can crash with it and burn up, or jump and die. Where we were when I came in, I'd trade back to that. I'd trade back to the damn vice presidency. Get out of this mess.
Clark, the president would like you and your wife to join him at Camp David this weekend.
Oh, thank you, Bill. Thank the president. We'd love to, but we have a prior engagement.
Clark, is there any way you can make it? He's working on an escalation speech.
Has he made up his mind?
I'd say he has, but he's asking for you.
And who else will be there?
Bob McNamara.
Mr. McNamara, I'd like you to meet my friend, Pat Nugent.
It's an honor to meet you, sir.
Pleasure. My wife, Marg.
Afternoon, ma'am.
you.
Air National Guard, where are you stationed?
I'll be at Andrews with the 113th, sir, but down to San Antonio first for basic.
Lackland Air Force Base, sure. Used to call it Kelly back in 42 when I was going around helping to build an air force in this country. You know, we only had a handful of planes when the Japanese attacked us, spread all over the country.
Is that right?
And Hap Arnold knew the name of every one of them.
Well, I got some Hap Arnold stories for you. Hey. Sorry. We'll leave everything tomorrow. We're talking morning.
I look forward to it.
Come on in.
Hey, now what?
Let the best minds of our administration start looking for a way out and stop looking for a way to win this unwinnable war, because it is my considered opinion that continuing on that path will lead us to catastrophe.
Any unbiased jury would give you your verdict, Clark. No question. But if it's true what Moyer says, that Lyndon's in McNamara's pocket.
McNamara has such sway in there.
Truman took your advice over George Marshall's, for heaven's sakes. Kennedy, too.
But Lyndon is another kettle of fish.
Give him a new vision, Clark. He'll hear you.
For now, though, leave it there.
So, these are the numbers. Now, you will not be held accountable for anything that has happened up to this point. In fact, you will be admired for the noble attempt you have made to honor your predecessor's commitment, a commitment that has been exploited by that corrupt and self-destructive regime in South Vietnam. The bombing might have worked, but it hasn't. And to make it work, you would have to resort to unconscionable measures that would make you a hero to those in this country you disdain, and a criminal to those you have sought all your life to assist, the young and the poor, who are the ones who will have to fight this war. This is not the last inning in the struggle against communism. We must pick those spots where the stakes are highest for us and where we hold the cards that'll give us the greatest opportunity to prevail. Ho Chi Minh told the French, he said, "You will kill 10 of my men, and I will kill only 1 of yours, but in the end, it is you who will tire." And they did. And 11 years ago at Dien Bien Phu, they just couldn't do it anymore. The North Vietnamese lost 500,000 in their war against the French, and they did not tire. And they will not tire now. Not after you commit 100,000, not after you commit 500,000. And if you do not win decisively after a big buildup, it will be a huge catastrophe. It will destroy the American people's faith in you, in the Democratic Party, in their government for years to come. Now, you have always stressed the economic and social dimensions of world problems. And in this, you are unrivaled. You have a unique opportunity here to address this problem economically and socially. Not by war, not by killing people, but by helping them, here and there. This is a year of minimum political risk for you, Mr. President. You were elected by the largest landslide in our history. The reactionary elements of this society will not soon recover. I foresee little erosion of your prestige and power if we cut our losses and get out of Vietnam. But I foresee nothing but disaster for you and this country if we don't. If we escalate this war, I believe it will ruin us. And I believe it will ruin you and all the great good you have sought to do.
Shit. It's a hot one already.
You wish you were back in Texas, Mr. President?
Fellas, right now, I'd rather be on the moon. Okay, Bob.
Mr. President, Clark has suggested that the stakes aren't there in Vietnam. This is damn shocking. Here are the stakes. Number one, national security. If we back down in Vietnam, it will only be a matter of time before we have to go in someplace else. Two, the commitments we've made and the price of breaking them. And three, our prestige before the world. Could the stakes be any higher? To elaborate on point one, if we withdraw, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Burma will fall. But the ripple effect will be far greater, with communist agitation increasing in Africa, India, even Japan. We will have to give up some bases. Pakistan will move closer to China. Point two, our pledge is a pillar of peace in the world, and if we break it, our allies will lose faith in us. And three, because we have so persistently and publicly committed ourselves to preventing a communist takeover in South Vietnam, our failure to see that commitment through will be profoundly devastating to our prestige. This is why I recommend the following. One, put the men in. Westmoreland's plan is sound. Every quantitative measurement shows we can win. Two, call up the reserves and extend tours of duty. And three, expand the bombing. In the north, remove restrictions on bridge and rail lines, mine the harbors, expand Rolling Thunder from 2,500 to 4,000 sorties a month. In the south, tactical airstrikes must be supplemented by increased B-52 bombing of VC base areas. Now, to elaborate, Clark, I think you scored some terrific points in there. I'm so glad you were arguing the other side.
Bob, you believed what you said to the president. You're certain we can win.
Well, I sure hope there's no mistaking my confidence on the president's part.
Well, that's not what I'm asking.
Clark, I've seen the charts, I've run the numbers. Everything else is soft speculation.
I had dinner with President Kennedy just after the missile crisis. And he told me that if it had not been for you, keeping your head facing down the chiefs, thinking clearly, we might not be alive today. Now, there were no charts or numbers then, just judgment. You're telling me that it is your judgment that this is the best course of action for this country, for this president.
I can only give my best advice. That's what I did for Jack Kennedy. It's what I'm doing now. I'll see you at dinner, Clark.
Stop somewhere and talk about it?
I'm all talked out, honey. Nothing but talk. At some point, the talking's got to end. God help us when the talking ends.
Lyndon, oh.
100 PhDs among them, 10,000 IQ points, and I can't get an answer I can sit with. And if it turns bad, they'll say this wouldn't happen under Jack Kennedy. No, sir. Because he didn't do no wrong. He leaves 1,000 on the beach in Cuba, and his numbers go up.
Lennon. Now. Oh. Lennon, now, come on, honey.
What do you think of crashing through that damn gate and driving back to Texas?
Now you know you'd get no argument from me.
You hate it that much?
Have you ever considered the shoes I've had to fill? She didn't die with him.
Oh, he didn't die. He's more alive than ever. But his half-sized brother was wanting to have his brains, and the 10th of scruples ate his heart out and took in his spirit, as sure as he was out of some engine story. And me, I'd be President What's-His-Name, who came between the two. The president who lost America its first war.
Why must young Americans, born into a land exultant with hope and with golden promises, toil and suffer, and sometimes die in such a remote and distant place as Vietnam? It is because in the fight for freedom, the American people have learned that retreat does not bring safety, and weakness does not bring peace. If we are driven from the field in Vietnam, then no nation can ever again have the same confidence in American promises or in American protection. We did not choose to be the guardians at the gate, but there is no one else. Nor would surrender in Vietnam bring peace, because we learned from Hitler at Munich that success only feeds the appetite of aggression. I have asked the commanding general, General Westmoreland, what more he needs to meet this mounting aggression. He has told me, and we will meet his needs. I have today ordered to Vietnam the Air Mobile Division and certain other forces, which will raise our fighting strength from 75,000 to 125,000 men almost immediately. Additional forces will be needed later, and they will be sent as requested.
Yeah, but how many?
Now, I do not find it easy to send the flower of our youth, our finest young men, into battle. I think I know how their mothers weep and their families sorrow.
Mr. Secretary, Senator Morse has been calling Vietnam McNamara's war. What is your reaction?
This is a war of the United States government. I'm following the president's policy and working in close cooperation with the Secretary of State. Now, I must say I don't object to it being called McNamara's war. I think it's a very important war, one that I'm pleased to be identified with and to do what I can to win it.
Appearing on Meet the Press yesterday, McNamara was asked to comment on Hanoi's claim that some 10,000 civilians have been killed in the bombing, including thousands of women and children.
Some loss of innocent life is unavoidable in an operation such as this. I can tell you that we are taking every possible precaution in choosing targets. The risk of civilian casualties is most assuredly one of several factors considered. So what target are you recommending?
It's a cement factory along a major rail line. General Wheeler feels military value is marginal, but the monsoon has socked in more valuable targets.
What's the output of the facility?
It appears to be small, sir, even by their standards. It couldn't produce enough for them to rely heavily on the output.
Let's give it a C for military value. What's your risk analysis?
Risk to pilots is close to zero. There might be some small arms fire, but recon shows no anti-aircraft emplacements.
No MiGs in the area?
Well, they'll be protecting more valuable targets and probably won't risk losing them defending this one. Depending on cloud cover, we may have to come in low enough to be in range of small arms, but this is a small risk.
Give it an A for risk to pilots and aircraft. What's your flashpoint analysis?
The target is more than 20 miles outside Hanoi, so there's little risk of provoking China or Russia.
Kosygin or Mao won't be down there touring the factory that day, will they? This isn't one of Russia or China's friendship projects.
A gift from the motherland?
Well, if I were Ho Chi Minh, I would have returned this gift. Of course, catching one of them there might have been a nice bonus for us.
Thanks, but I've already been to the brink of nuclear annihilation, and I'm not eager to go back. Give it an A for flashpoint risk. Next, what about civilians?
We're clear of residential, except for one row of hooches behind the facility.
So what are these, houses or storage shacks or what?
Well, we can't be sure. Most likely the factory managers and their families live there.
I'm not too familiar with Southeast Asian home construction, sir.
We could certainly use someone who knows something about Vietnamese culture around here. So what's the outside number of civilians?
Well, 4 hooches this size, we use 6 per, so 24.
24 for a target this size? That seems high.
That's how we figure it, sir.
I mean, that seems a high number to lose for a target like this. Give it a D for civilian casualties. Let's see what we've got. C-A-A-D. Let's give it a solid C+ and put it before the president. All right, what's next?
Jesus, there's a guy on the wall at the river entrance!
Hey, wait a minute! Stop! Don't! Don't! Get up in there! Get up!
Please, please, the baby! No!
Yes, Mr. President.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, sir.
You can come down now. Yes, Dick?
Mr. President, as Bill Moyes told you, I've been offered a fellowship at Wesleyan University in Connecticut.
Well, good for you. That ain't easy to get.
No, I'm very fortunate.
Well, don't wait too long to turn them down, so they can call the next guy on the list.
Mr. President, I have already accepted.
No problem. You didn't know you weren't free to go? Call them up, put me on, give you any trouble.
What do you mean I'm not free to go?
I mean, you can't go. I can't get along without you. That makes you a pretty big fella. How big a fella are you going to be with some fellowship?
Well, you got along without me before I came.
You want more money? I got plenty of money. I'll arrange a payment from the Johnson Foundation.
Money isn't the issue, Mr. President. This is something that I want to do.
What ain't it going to be? So, make your call.
Mr. President, I'm very sorry.
Now, Dick, you either stay here with me, or you go over to the Pentagon and get yourself a pair of shiny black boots. There's a statute. I asked McNamara. It says we can draft specialists vital to the national interest, and that's what I'll do. If you won't serve here, you know where I can send you.
You made me a general?
Oh, you won't want to be a general. You want to be a private, Marine infantry. That's where the action is. I know you like to be around the action. That's why you stayed here so long. You listen to me, Dick. You go ahead and take your fellowship. But your hands are all over this. You and Moyers and Bundy and everybody else talking about jumping ship. But most of all, you. You put your name all over the great society. But you put the tune to those words of war, too, and hiding out on some college campus or anything else you ever do is never going to change that. Dismissed.
An entire generation of North Vietnamese have been born and lived and died in the pursuit of one thing: a united Vietnam under communist rule. The North Vietnamese have never known anything but war. At CIA, we've just completed a study of their staggering recuperative abilities. Bridges. This one was knocked out in a morning raid. 2 hours later, some bamboo planks across a bunch of wooden canal boats, and there's foot traffic again. By 3 p.m., it's a pontoon bridge, strong enough for a fully loaded truck. A bomb knocks out a rail line. They call up the bicycle brigades. 500 men and women, some as old as 70 or 75, put the cargo on their bikes. Each one balances up to a 600-pound load across the frame. They wheel it across a jerry-rigged bridge to another train waiting to move it on south. Filling a bomb crater to make a road passable again. That's as routine to a school kid there as getting a malt down at the corner shop here. It's a first date.
They have a brand of cigarettes, Mr. President, called Dien Bien Phu. That's their Yorktown, their Waterloo, where they defeated the French in '54.
Reminders of war are in the most casual moments of daily life. In a smoke, Mr. President. They're heroes. The kid who was put to death for trying to assassinate Secretary McNamara last year in Saigon. There's a song about him. It's a top 10 hit.
And Norman Morrison. Norman Morrison was the Quaker who burned himself to death in front of the Pentagon last month. A great hero. Hanoi just issued a postage stamp. Thank you, John. Thank you, Scott.
A great hero. He almost took his one-year-old daughter with him, a baby. It's a miracle she was unharmed. Man was disturbed. 3 young children are fatherless. Hero. So, what do we do?
Mr. President, the most strategic targets in North Vietnam remain intact because Hanoi and Haiphong continue to be off limits. We're not hitting their oil supply, major power plants, rail links to China. We're not mining the ports, hitting the dikes.
CIA says hitting the dikes will flood the whole damn country. Kill the rice crop. Starve them to death. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And I have one more problem for your big computer. Ask how long it'll take 500,000 angry Americans to climb that White House wall and lynch their president if he does something like that.
This is why the chiefs and I have been urging for months that we take the next logical step and destroy their oil reserves.
Nothing stopped them yet. Why should that stop them?
That oil goes in trucks, Mr. President. Trucks that carry troops and guns and bullets across the border to kill our men.
They don't need damn trucks. Aren't you watching? They got 100-year-old women hauling crap. What do you want me to do? Kill everybody's grandmother in that place?
Mr. President, Ambassador Dobrynin says that Moscow would try to bring Hanoi to the table if we stopped the bombing for 3 or 4 weeks.
This would be a grave mistake, Mr. President. They'll send down everything they can. Westy's against it, Admiral Sharp, Bob, I know, opposes it, and every one of the chiefs.
Look, the North Vietnamese have 9 regiments down there. We thought they had 3. The VC has more than doubled theirs from 5 to 12, which is twice our buildup. And I just feel that we need to do something before we send another 200,000 men over there.
Yes, Bob. We can try bombing them where it hurts.
The enemy lost over 1,000 in recent fighting, didn't they?
They lost 1,200 in the Air-Drying Valley, and we lost 300. It's clear that they're willing to take those kinds of casualties, which is something that we were not counting on.
Some we're not counting on.
Bob, are you now saying that no matter what we do militarily, there's no sure victory?
I believe we may have been overly optimistic about an early end. China, Russia, although they do not want a general war, have stepped up their aid.
Just a moment, gentlemen. The president undertook this program because General Westmoreland was confident we could win. Why are we considering another 200,000 if you now believe victory to be unlikely?
That's my question.
I still believe we can win. But if there is the slightest chance of obtaining a settlement without sending over hundreds of thousands more men and hitting their cities, I think we should do it. Right now, we are incurring significant casualties. If the buildup continues, we may be facing 1,000 per month.
And if Hanoi won't talk, we'll only make our position with the American people stronger, and they'll be more likely to accept these kinds of losses.
We could have 1,000 casualties a month if we do this, Mr. President. It's my job to protect our troops. Every truck, every sampan that gets through means more dead Americans. They'll send out missiles, anti-aircraft guns. It'll set us back a year.
Wait a minute now.
It seems to me that if we're this pessimistic, winning battles yet predicting stalemate just 5 months after going in, we should pause the bombing and see what results.
I'm sorry, George, but I must disagree. If we pause the bombing and it fails, the president will be under irresistible pressure from the right-wing hawks in Congress to bomb Hanoi, to bomb the Red River Dikes. That'll flood the country and create a civilian disaster of such magnitude. I do not believe that North Vietnam will talk until they come to the realization that this will be a stalemate, that they cannot win, and they're not there. Their unrelenting buildup in the South clearly indicates that they believe they can win.
Are you now saying that we have no choice but to continue to match them man for man?
Well, you made that decision, Mr. President. We are there. You have convinced the American people that we should be there. I see no alternative but for you to make your best effort to win.
I couldn't believe my ears. Clifford about facing, McNamara going soft. They're all changing their tune now. I know George McBundy up with the Soviet ambassador. Got a little vodka in him. And those Harvard types will believe anything out of a diplomat. I don't believe for a minute that Moscow wants peace.
You don't have to take his advice if you believe it will fail.
Don't you know anything? Don't you know if I don't call a bomb and pause, the Kennedys will shout from the mountaintops that the Russians are with a big fat olive branch, and I've snapped it in two. And now I've missed my chance for peace.
So how's academic life?
Not nearly as challenging. I have to say I've been getting a lot more sleep.
Well, someone has to deal with these things.
You certainly have the floor space.
That I do. That I do. You know the guy in that portrait?
James Forrestal.
That's right. Truman's Secretary of Defense. Guy went absolutely nuts. When Truman finally got rid of him, he pinned him with the service medal. He just stood there mute, his throat clamped. God knows what demons going through his mind. A couple days later, he jumped out of the 16th floor of Bethesda Naval. Sometimes you can wrestle too much.
Bob, we both came in with Jack Kennedy. We were around when this started.
Vietnam started with Eisenhower. Neither of us were here.
I know, and it was Kennedy who put in all those so-called advisors, but I can't believe that had he lived, we'd be in this ditch.
You sound like you've been talking to Bobby.
He's your friend. What's he telling you? If you told the president to stop the bombing, he'd stop it.
We have stopped the bombing under my recommendation.
You've paused it. Hanoi knows that you're going to start up again if they don't agree to talk, and they have said 100 times they won't knuckle under to that. Now, if you told the president that you no longer believe the bombing can work...
I never said I believed that.
Bobby says you told him it's not worth a damn.
Well, that's between Bobby and me. And as far as my influence with the president is concerned, I think you overestimate my pull.
I don't see how that's possible.
Peace talks. That's the only way out of this thing now. We've stopped the bombing for 30 days. The brass is ready to hang me, and God, I sure hope Hanoi wants to take the bait, because
So are you going public with your views?
I'm thinking about it.
Well, you are free to do that now, aren't you?
Is that where it happened?
Yep. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
For 20 days now, we and our South Vietnamese allies have dropped no bombs on North Vietnam. We seek neither territory, nor bases, economic domination, or military alliance in Vietnam. We fight for the principle of self-determination, that the people of South Vietnam should be able to choose their own course, choose it in free elections, without violence, without terror, and without fear. We have said all this, and we have asked and hoped, and we have waited for a response. None has come. I believe that we can continue the great society while we fight in Vietnam. Yet there are those who cry out, we must sacrifice. Well, let us rather ask them, who will they sacrifice? Are they going to sacrifice the children who seek the learning? Or the sick who need medical care? Or the families who dwell in squalor, now brightened by the hope of home? Will they sacrifice opportunity for the distressed, the beauty of our land, and the hope of our poor?
Vietnam has been fighting for its independence for 4,000 years. We have defeated the Mongols 3 times, and despite all of his bluster and all of his bombs, Emperor Johnson is not nearly as terrifying as Genghis Khan. Ho Chi Minh's statement over Hanoi radio this morning.
"37 days. 37 days now. Not one bomb has fallen. This is our answer. This is our answer. What now, Bob?
Hanoi and Haiphong Harbor. As you can see, they're in very concentrated areas. The tanks and refineries are within a short distance of residential sections.
What about the Russian oil ships?
They offload with a 250-foot floating pipeline. That's why we're targeting the distribution tanks some 1,500 feet from the vessels.
But still quite close to the residential areas.
That's correct.
And I understand that they purposely situate strategic targets close to neighborhoods.
What about those ships? Can they shoot back?
No, sir. They're unarmed. But the tanks are protected by surface-to-air missiles. The Russians sent them down during the bombing pause.
How many planes will we lose?
20 to 25.
How many casualties?
50.
50 to 300 is my estimate, and if the bombs miss, it could go as high as 12,000, with 50% of these civilians and 50% of those killed.
Of course, we don't plan these strikes to miss our targets.
But you do miss sometimes. This time you can hit a Russian ship. On the bomber pilot, it'll be a kid from Johnson City, Texas. And that'll be the kid that starts World War III. Thank you very much. All right. So what great things will result from this plan?
With no oil, their entire infiltration effort will grind to a halt, from manufacturing to transportation. Their war-making capability will be destroyed, and they will have to negotiate.
Dean?
The Chinese and the Soviets will step up aid. We could lose the support of Canada, Japan, and the Chinese representation issue at the UN. If a Russian ship is sunk, we just don't know. The Chinese may send in troops. But, as Buzz said, this could end it.
What if it doesn't? What if, by God's grace, we don't have a million Chinese in nuclear war? They still won't quit. What'll you be asking me to hit next?
Strategic targets closer to the center of Hanoi. The Paul Demir Bridge. 4 major rail lines cross it. The power plant, industry, all within 5 miles of downtown.
Bob, are you for this?
It might work.
So you're for it?
Mr. President.
What?
Since taking over from Mac Bundy, I've had a chance to evaluate our bombing policy, and, well, I believe that our continued delay in attacking Hanoi is causing Russia and China to underestimate our resolve, and that may actually encourage World War III.
Clark?
As always, I support any measure that has a chance of ending this.
Anyone else? George? Nothing ahead?
This will not affect North Vietnamese manpower, which has proved to be limitless. It will be hard for the Russians and the Chinese to take. I'm concerned, as always, about the escalating level of violence, but maybe this will finally satisfy the hawks in Congress. If we have to do it, let's do it now.
You know, George, you remind me of a country school teacher. Ask if he believes the world is flat or round. He says, I can teach it either way. How soon do we go?
It's the same as mine, you know.
I'd just as soon forget about those 13 days.
He had them made at Tiffany's, didn't he?
He gave one to Jackie, too. She joked it's the only thing he ever gave her from there that wasn't ordered straight out of their catalog.
A trying time.
You speak as if it's in the past.
What?
The trying time. Thank you. Bill?
George. Nick?
Johnson was a very good poker player, but he loved the political conversations.
Can a whiskey convert a man, Clark? Look at it. You know what they remind me of? A flock of buzzards sitting on a fence discussing the price of carrion. Buzzards.
George.
You could have had Bundy's job. What was it, Clark? Haven't socked away enough dough yet?
Oh, no, that's unbecoming of you, George.
The basement office, what?
You know I'd lose my freedom to advise him on his presidency if I took a cabinet post. George, the president wants to get out of Vietnam just as much as you do in principle.
Principle? There's a word that's been tossed about more than a dollar whore in a port of call. How's this for principle? 150 more killed last week. What a waste. You know who said that?
No.
McNamara. To me. For all the principle around here, we're in one hell of a mess, don't you think? Look at him. His wife's got an ulcer. His kid's got an ulcer. Everybody's got Bob McNamara's ulcer but Bob McNamara. Sometimes I think it's all just a goddamn academic exercise to him.
George, you mustn't give up on this, George.
Oh, Christ, Clark. Marty?
George.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Clifford. How are you? I'd like you to meet Charles Robb.
Clark Clifford.
Anyone who still thinks we ought to be in Vietnam should take a detour from work and drive by Arlington Cemetery every day for a week.
I don't think I'd trust anyone in a policy-making position to do that.
He did what, Bob? To face the consequences of his counsel?
Who needed a reminder of what war was all about?
A reminder of what? Our jobs in World War II, in the rear? I pushed paper just like you, Walt. We were all too damn smart.
That must have been sitting on my brains then up in that B-25. 2 years in prison camps.
That's right. Nick's the only one here who saw combat. You were probably picking his targets, Walt.
As I remember, we won that war.
Yeah, well, you can tell that to the 50,000 dead men, women, and children of Dresden.
Dresden.
Is anyone ready for dinner?
Dresden was bombed for the rail lines.
Dresden was bombed to terrorize the hell out of those people, which is precisely what our B-52s are doing in Vietnam. And if this keeps up, in another year, we'll have dropped more there than on all of Europe. Isn't that right, Bob?
Let's go inside, darling.
Isn't that what you told me the other day? In private? Among some other things? Such as the fact that we've destroyed so much of that country they can't even grow enough rice to feed themselves, the rice bowl of the world.
George.
We've created so many refugees that if we had the same proportion out of their homes in this country, there'd be 30 million people on the streets. Isn't that right? Bob? Isn't that what you said?
What was it Tacitus said about the Romans in Carthage?
You have made a desert and call it peace. If you still can't reach him, then get who's ever on call. We need a doctor here. Christ, Mark.
I'll be all right. Thought it was a liquor.
Hello?
Mr. Secretary, it's Major Wolfson of the command center. We just got a call from SINCPAC saying the weather around Hanoi is cleared and the fighter bombers are on their way.
Bob, me.
Mr. President, the operations we discussed will be going tonight. They have perfect conditions.
Bob, these pilots, you said they'd be the cream.
Well, they're the best the Navy and Air Force have, Mr. President, and they know you're counting on them.
All right, Bob, thank you.
I'm going to the Pentagon now. I'll call as soon as I have word, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Forgive me for ventilating so freely. I believe that you were only so worried because you feel foolish, having waited so long to take this action. If you did it a year ago, instead of using kid gloves and giving them an extra month in which to resupply, it would have followed quite naturally. But now it seems to you like one step too many. The problem is, my good sir, each step has been inches instead of yards. We have been going to war by inches, tiptoeing apologetically, and we should be striding through with our heads held high like Americans.
Why aren't we hearing from them? Yeah, Bob.
Mr. President, they had some weather.
You said it was clear.
I'll call you the moment I know anything.
Bob, my life's in your hands here.
Yes, sir.
Father. Our Father.
Our Father,
Who art in heaven.
who art in heaven,
Hallowed be thy name.
hallowed be thy name.
Well, if you admit her, you can run some tests on her, can't you? Goddamn it!
Exec-com on 1.
You can see there that she's in a hell of a lot of pain.
Thy kingdom come.
Thy kingdom come.
Thy will be done.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
On earth.
I'm sorry, Father.
On earth.
On earth.
As it is in heaven.
As it is in heaven.
Give us this day
Give us this day
our daily bread.
our daily bread.
And forgive us our trespasses.
And forgive us our trespasses.
As we forgive those who trespass against us.
As we forgive those who trespass against us.
Lead us not into temptation.
Lead us not into temptation.
But deliver us from evil.
But deliver us from evil.
Amen.
Amen. Go ahead.
Mr. President, I just talked with Honolulu. All the primaries were hit, and no ships were struck. Now, we did lose 2 aircraft to anti-air.
No Russian ships. We didn't hit any Russian ships.
No, but as I say, 2 pilots are down. I won't know about civilian casualties till we have the photos. Now, if the weather holds, we can send the RFs in to see just what collateral damage...
All right, Bob. Thank you. Thank you.
Pentagon sources tell CBS News that General Westmoreland has been granted even greater authority over the use of B-52s in Viet Cong-controlled areas of the South. With the recent escalation of bombing over North Vietnam, aimed at destroying the heart of the enemy's urban industrial capacity, the U.S. clearly wants to force a change in Hanoi's will to continue the war. Last year, the rate of Rolling Thunder missions flown reached 1,500 per week. Since then, the rate of sorties has doubled.
Mr. President, it appears that the airstrikes have had no effect on the enemy's war-making capability.
The attacks were not successful.
Well, while we did destroy nearly 100% of their oil storage capacity in our follow-up attacks throughout the summer, a large portion of their stock was put into barrels and dispersed in anticipation of our strikes. They've retained enough to meet ongoing requirements. Their buildup is continuing. And Westmoreland is requesting additional men.
How many?
The Program 3 forces will bring us up to 431,000 by the middle of '67.
What about the bombing?
We're looking at heavier B-52 strikes in the southern DMZ and in North Vietnam. Targets in the restricted zones.
Downtown Hanoi?
Yes, sir. And Haiphong. And in the buffer zone with China.
The good news, Mr. President, is that the naysayers are wrong. Peking and Moscow stood still, and they will very likely stand still, even with intensified activity.
Are you recommending some of these new targets for me today?
Yes, I am. You have the evaluation sheets before you. I have some photographs here. Number 72, the Van Dien truck depot.
With the one with the school up the street?
As a matter of fact, yes, the Polish Friendship School across the highway, half a mile up. Mr. President, as you may recall, in order to avoid a tax increase, we did not budget for the war beyond this fiscal year. which has cost us $20 billion, as opposed to the $12 billion projected.
We're over by $8 billion. $8 billion?
Mr. President, if you approve these new forces, constraints on domestic programs will no longer be avoidable. It's all in a memo I sent over to you today, along with some recommendations.
Joe, I want to start working on the State of the Union. You sit down with Bob and Walton Fowler.
Yes, Mr. President.
Must be no mention of the Great Society.
What is it you're looking for? Undersecretary of State? I'll change the title to the Holy Roman Emperor, right?
No, this is the best way I can serve your presidency. And I think Dean Rusk would feel undercut if you were to fill George Ball's job with a personal friend of yours.
I don't give a rat's ass what Rusk feels. I need you in that room, Clark. I need someone like George with the ability to reason and argue. A devil's advocate.
George Ball was not playing devil's advocate. He believed every word he said.
All right. All right. Moyers wants the job. My press man. Thinks about making #2 at State, I'll all of a sudden give a shit what he thinks about Vietnam. And McNamara sends me a paper. Says we should cap the troops, level off the bombing. You know what happens if I stop bombing? Ho Chi Minh runs 5 more divisions up my ass. That's what happens. Was McNamara's program the whole thing? Now he's talking up a shitstorm with Bobby.
Well, you don't know that.
I know everything. I know who's saying what at those fancy Georgetown dinner parties. I know, because I had Hoover put a couple of boys there, too. I know.
What they say doesn't matter. You're not helpless in this situation. Your approval ratings are down. You need to go out there on the stump and sell the truth. Westmoreland is now saying that a communist military victory is impossible. You're finally winning in Vietnam.
We're winning, but we're losing. We're killing them and we're losing. We're losing because this war goes on and on and on. I passed twice the number of bills FDR got through in his first 100 days. 200 in the last 2 years. There's never been an era in American history like this, yet there's so much left to do. But this war has got to end. 5 years pussyfooting about in that miserable little country. $2 billion a month. Could be feeding these people, educating these people. God damn it! Why won't that son of a bitch let me happen? Why? Why won't he lay down his arms and stop killing off his sons in the flower of their youth? Do not understand. I just do not understand.
Mr. President.
Moyers. Get me Moyers. And get me General Westmoreland on the other line.
Can I help you, Mr. President?
Get your bags packed. Call the press together. We're going to Vietnam.
Dean?
Are they ours?
I fucking hope so. Where you from, son?
Louisville, Kentucky, sir.
Kentucky?
Yes, sir.
Have you reached majority age yet, Corporal?
I was 21 last month, sir. My mom and my girl sent me a big old chocolate cake, and it came just in time, sir.
Good. Bill, get him out.
Yes, Mr. President.
Well,
Come on, guys.
they're giving me the honor, Corporal McCaffrey. I pinioned it with this Purple Heart here. There you are. You'll be home right soon. And first Tuesday in November, you got a congressional election. I want you to vote.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you be able to get the polling place?
I don't know where it is, but I'll get a ride, sir.
You sure you vote now?
Yes, sir. We're all behind you, sir. Every one of us. We won't let you down.
All right, son. Thank you.
And I won't let you down. You get everything you need. I thank you. I salute you. May the good Lord look over you and keep you safe till you come home and nail that coonskin to the wall.
3 cheers for the president!
Certainly the bombing of the North makes the war more costly and more difficult and more painful for North Vietnam. It is a harsh punishment indeed, but we are not in Vietnam to play the part of an avenging angel pouring death and destruction. We are there to assure
Kennedy,
the self-determination
McCarthy,
of South Vietnam.
haven't done a thing for this country. Not a fucking thing.
As many lives as
And look at all I've done.
It should be clear by now that the bombing of the North cannot bring an end to the war in the South. And indeed, at the present time, it may well be prolonging that war. Our troops are being killed by the bullets and the mines of the South. If by ending the bombing of the North, we can bring peace to South Vietnam, we will save the lives of thousands.
I don't know why you're worried about Kennedy in the second term, because I don't think your health will survive your first term.
Where you going?
I want to be useful to you, and I would listen even as you rant and rave, but I have worked far too hard and borne far too much to watch you destroy yourself.
Gradually replacing American forces. We should consider a final settlement, which allows all the major political elements of South Vietnam to participate in their choice of leadership.
The bridge is a major target, and we've never hit it. Chance of civilian deaths would be almost zero.
I say 100 to 500, possibly more.
Which is it, 500 or 0?
Mr. President, the Stennis Committee is up in arms over our holding back on these targets. Bob's testimony is coming up, and it might take some heat off him if some of these could be cleared up before his appearance.
I can take the heat without padding my resume with more bombing missions. This is a heavily defended target in a very populated area.
The photos are right here, Mr. President.
The photos are meaningless. The target is heavily defended. The pilots jettison their bombs when they're under attack. Now, I've been asking for 2 years why they don't come straight up the river. That way, if they dump the bombs, they go in the water and not on the people, and I still haven't got an answer.
Coming in from the Gulf involves an extra turn, with our backs to those heavy defenses.
If it is so well defended, should we risk the pilots?
Men dying is a relative thing. The effect of the air campaign is cumulative. Every blow makes the enemy stretch his resources.
Stretching is a relative thing. Mr. President, we shouldn't be bombing for punitive reasons, but there just doesn't seem any point to this anymore.
Hit the goddamn bridge. What's next?
Number 309, sir, the railcar repair shop.
Mark? Mark? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Come to me. Come this way. Come this way. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. I don't know what I'm gonna do, Mark. Rostow, the chiefs, they're gonna drive this thing straight to hell. I won't be long. Okay?
No rifle is to be loaded without my permission. I'll have the commanders go down the line again.
Not one bullet, damn it!
We have the right to live.
Secretary McNamara, on behalf of the subcommittee, let me thank you for your appearance here today.
I have, from the beginning, and do today, fully support the objectives of the bombing. To interdict men and supplies and hinder the enemy's ability to wage war in the South. In this, I am 100% behind the Joint Chiefs, Admiral Sharp, General Westmoreland, and his commanders. as they are fully aware, and as the President is aware.
We are all greatly encouraged to hear that, Mr. Secretary. You are the last to testify, as you know. And the overwhelming view from General Wheeler and the others is that there has been excessive interference from your office.
If I'd be permitted to finish my statement, Senator Stennis, there are copies available outside the hearing room. Our greater objective, however, was and remains to persuade the leaders of North Vietnam that they cannot prevail. In this, we have been unsuccessful. This is due to the fact that North Vietnam can sustain its forces in the South with a mere 100 tons of supplies a day, 85 of which they can acquire through corrupt elements in the South Vietnamese government. Out of 359 targets recommended by the chiefs, only 57 remain unstruck. 2 are battery plants manufacturing a total of 600 tons a year, not enough to fill the corner of a Sears Roebuck regional warehouse.
Just a moment, Mr. Secretary.
There's a rubber plant producing 30 tires a day. A service station where I fill my car could supply the output of this facility.
Excuse my interruption.
Hitting these targets will cost us in pilots, planes, and hard cash, and they will kill more and more civilians. The military knows this. They think it's worth it. I do not.
Order! You know what he did to me up there? It's like selling your house, and your son takes the bioricide and tells him there's leaks in the basement. Now Hanoi knows we're divided, and they'll never stop. I gotta get rid of that son of a bitch.
You can't just get rid of him. The Republicans will play up the disunity. Bobby will have a field day.
Bobby's clamoring for him to resign, don't you know, to go public against me for doing what he advised.
Look, we'll find a job for McNamara where he won't be able to snipe at you. I'll help you fill his post with someone you can trust. I'll do anything I can for you, Mr. President. But we have a re-election campaign to start, and you do not have a policy to end this war.
Claude, you'll do anything you can.
They're ready for you, Mr. President.
Yep. I'll be out in a minute. Sit down, Bob. I'm sorry I found out from the Washington Post. I was sure Fowler told you, or the bank people.
Nobody told me anything, Mr. President. I mentioned to you in the spring that I've been approached by the World Bank, but I thought if you were going to nominate me, you would have said something yourself.
Doing fine work there. Humanitarian work. I know that's of interest to you.
Yes, but only if it's what you want. If I can no longer be of service.
Service? Who's been of more service to me than you? Well, you've served longer than any defense secretary in history. And look what you've had to shepherd us through. The Cuban crisis, 2 Cuban crises. Berlin, Dominican, Middle East. Hell, that's a tough enough job in peacetime. And look what you've had to deal with.
Mr. President, the point is, I don't have to leave until you want me to leave.
Bob, Joe Fowler asked me for 3 nominees. I said no, only 1, McNamara. There were tears in the Treasury Secretary's eyes, because he was hoping he'd be my choice. And with tears in his eyes, he said he had to submit 3 names to the bank. I said, okay, McNamara, McNamara, and McNamara. You ask him. Now, the bank directors vote today, but it's just a formality. Now, Bob, I've got to get over to Lady Bird's beautification awards. Important to her. Your wife's the same with her reading program, I know.
Yes, although with her condition, it's been difficult.
No improvements in surgery?
My son, he has them as well.
You deserve whatever you want from this government. My obligation is to help you. And this was within my power to grant you.
People have an obligation to the president, not the other way around.
May your selfless service spent in defending freedom bring even greater rewards in the larger work that you now undertake to promote freedom throughout the world. Signed, Lyndon B. Johnson, President. This is the Medal of Freedom, the highest award a president can bestow upon a citizen of the United States. I award it now to a loyal, brilliant, good man, Robert McNamara, the very best we have.
Mr. President, this is almost an impossible situation to respond to.
You're used to impossible situations. I stand here tonight to tell you that I regard Bob McNamara here as not only one of the smartest, but one of the most humane men I know.
One, put the men in. 2, call up the reserves and extend tours of duty. And 3, expand the bombing.
Mr. President, I cannot find the words to express what lies in my heart today. And I think I'd better respond at another time.
Mr. Clifford, does your acceptance of the job of Defense Secretary signal your interest in elected office?
It signals only my desire to serve a great president and a longtime friend. I am 61 years old, and I am sure this will finish me off.
It's been observed that in your views on Vietnam, you've changed from dove to hawk. Which are you?
I am not conscious of falling under any of those ornithological divisions.
I'll tell you this, he's no ostrich. I know of no man who'll call it as it is with such candor and judgment as this man, Clark Clifford. We got light at the end of the tunnel now.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir, I resigned my commission, but I knew I couldn't get through. Everybody's fine, thanks. I'm doing great, just great. Well, no, I'm not. Fred, I'm dying here. I need to be in on the action. Anything, Fred, I mean anything. Must be something I can do, anything at all. I understand. You can't fight this war without me, Fred. Okay, I appreciate it. Goodbye.
John, you're supposed to be at the productivity meeting.
Oh, yeah, all right. I'll be right along, Don. Hello? Hello, sir? Boy! Go in here!
Shoot, Dad, shoot!
Yeah, baby, he shoots! Hey,
Nice shot!
All right, take it back to the line. Jesse Van, 3 seconds left. Come on, double team, get him!
Hey, what's up?
Hey, honey. Let's go ahead. The Army called me today. Guess what? They offered me a job in the civilian aid program.
What is that?
It's back in Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Wait.
Oh, I see. Once again, we're
Listen,
gonna get
listen,
dumped.
no, listen. This is another chance for me. I can't let it go. I know how to win that war. I tried.
I thought maybe you could have been the kind of father you never had. Make sure I can have a decent home for these kids.
Hey, Dad!
Hey!
Shoot!
Let's go! Let's move! Hold on! Move, move, move! Formation! Let's go! Let's go! Left, right, left, right, left. Come on, gentlemen! Let's move out!
Jump on there with the aid program. Where's my ride?
Ride's right there, sir.
Thank you. Come over, soldier. I'll drive. Thank you.
And you know it involves us one and all. I don't suppose that war will ever end.
Fred, how the hell are you? God damn, it's good to be back.
Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Man, that's a lot of hardware they're unloading out there.
That's phase 1 of General Westmoreland's 3-stage plan. We put together a superior force, then engage the enemy on the battlefield. 3, wipe them out.
Well, hell, Fred, I don't know if the enemy's gonna go along with that plan. We're not fighting a conventional war here. You can't roll out the tanks like it's World War II. I mean, goddamn, hasn't the Pentagon learned anything in 3 years?
John, you gotta learn to keep your mouth shut. It was a hell of a job to get you over here, even as a civilian. Now you're here to work with the aid program, right?
You're right, Fred.
Well, I read your briefing, and I agree with you. We gotta try and win these people over. That's why I want you to take charge of the aid program in the region around Bao Tri. I'll get a good man to work with you. Let's try to put your ideas into practice.
Okay. You're the boss.
No, John. Westmoreland's the boss.
Is that Van? John Van! John Van! Hell, I thought they buried you.
They tried, Stephen. Hey, Nick. Hey,
Are you
John.
part of this
Welcome
US
back.
aid program?
We sure are. Doug Elder, Stephen
Oh, it's a
Burnett
pleasure.
from the time.
Pleasure's mine.
Come on!
Gentlemen, General Westmoreland.
Fred. At ease, gentlemen. The aid program is a noble effort to bolster the civilian population in the hamlets, and particularly to help them resist Viet Cong infiltration. Gentlemen, you are part of a great new mobilization. We now have at our disposal the best army that the world has ever known. We have the men, we have the materials, and we are going to stomp the Viet Cong into the ground. Thank you. We'd now like to take this opportunity to introduce you to your various counterparts. Fred.
General, quick question. Can I ask you a question, sir?
I'd like you to meet John Paul Van and Doug Elton. Settled in.
Mr. Van, Mr. Elders, welcome.
Thank you.
I am your regional commander. We have a very good region, you and I. We will do well together.
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
name?
What's your name?
My name is?
My name is?
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
Cảm ơn em lại ngày mai.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What happened to the schoolgirls?
Times changed, John. They have more needs now.
It's good to see you again. Look at you. You look different.
You too?
Howdy. Welcome to Bow Tri, guys. Terry Pike.
John Van.
Doug Elders. Nice to meet you.
Do you know there's a Jeep outside of town with a body in it?
Nobody buries them?
They're too afraid to go out there. Now, I don't mean to discourage you guys, but this place is gone. See that bunch of kids standing over here? They're Viet Cong. Now, our defenders either work for them or pay them off.
So who's in charge?
That'd be Colonel Din. I don't know if Charlie works for him or he works for them. Don't matter much, though, because nobody works for us.
Well, maybe we should just hand it all over to the communists right now.
Mr. Van, these people don't have any money. And they don't get a chance to vote. That sounds communist to me. Tan, Devoy Toy. Now, if you don't mind, it cost me $50 to get Colonel Din to get me a military escort so I can get out of here. I better get before the price goes up. It's all yours. Stay alive, gentlemen.
Jeez, what a mess.
Okay, each family 6 or more gets 1 5-gallon can of cooking oil, 100-pound sack of flour per month.
Yes, sir.
Doug, will you check the manifest, see when this stuff's due in Tan 1? All right, we do what we call an inventory. It means everything that goes in and out of here gets counted for. You got 10 cans of cooking oil, 9 sacks of flour, you write it all down.
2 lần 3 là 6. 2 lần 4 là 8. 2 lần 2 là 4. 2 lần 3 là 6. 2 lần 4 là 8.
Sorry.
Okay, you tell these men to put these ladders right here. I want them up there to pull down any loose towels.
Yes, sir.
We're going to replace it with this corrugated hammer nails, bang, bang, bang.
One there. Rip out all the tiles around, leave.
Em làm cái gì đây? Đi vào đi, đi vào đi.
Tell
Đi
them.
vào đi.
Yes, sir. Các anh lên trường trường đây.
Hai người làm cái gì vậy? Ngừng đi, tôi không trả tiền được đâu.
What'd she say?
She said to stop, she cannot pay.
You tell her she does not have to pay.
Cô không cần phải trả.
Mà lúc nào thế nào cũng phải có người trả, trước sau gì cũng người trả.
What was that?
She said somebody will always have to pay.
Em đi vào làm tiếp nha. 2 lần 1 là 2.
Who needs a treat? Huh? Oh, yeah. Okay. Here you go. Dickless, gentlemen, the secret of the children's revolution. No, it's just candy. No, it's okay. It's just gum. Oh, hey. For you, for the school.
Presents for the teacher, eh? What's going on?
You have used my material without paying.
I'm sorry, Colonel, but this is aid material.
Yes, my aid material. This is my region. It is my aid material, and you must pay. Yang Ling! Yang Ling!
Oh.
Put that down!
Colonel, if you do not leave, I will disgrace you in front of your men and this village. Tell the men.
Nếu các anh không đi, chúng tôi sẽ đuổi các anh ra khỏi quân đội.
Vào trong các con, vào trong.
Jesus, John.
It...
What the fuck was that? It's blood. What the hell is it?
It's a tongue. Come on.
Ngừng lại, ngừng lại. Không được.
Hey! Hai mẹo lên tới kìa.
Get in.
He's not here.
Where is he?
Bo Chai. He's gone to punish the village.
Mấy thằng mặt chuột.
Ian knows goddamn well the VC have fled the village. What the hell is he playing?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Slow down!
Whoa!
What's going on?
Colonel Dent's holding an airstrike.
Goddamn, call it off!
Wait, hey! You're gonna get killed!
Fred, goddammit, I want that murdering bastard arrested.
Look, I just came back from the drain. We're 4 companies of air cav ran right smack into the North Vietnamese army. We lost 230 men. So don't come here telling me about one corrupt Arvin colonel.
230?
Look, it's all over in the boonies. I want you back here in Saigon, working here. Now, you know the locals? Get together your own squads and clean out these villages. I'll give you all the authority you want. Excuse me, gentlemen. I need a shower.
Our casualties in Vietnam in a single week had exceeded the average weekly rate of dead and wounded in the Korean War. 240 Americans killed, 470 wounded. Most of these casualties were suffered in the Battle of Ia Drang Valley. The United States is indeed at war, a full-dress war against a formidable enemy.
Van threw himself into the war effort with a passion and brilliance few others could muster. He ran pacification programs, mobilized his allies among the South Vietnamese forces, coordinated American support, and still found time to bombard friends and foes alike with his theories on how to turn the war around.
December 23rd, 1966. Dear Sir, despite the fact that we now have 385,000 American soldiers on the ground, the Saigon government remains corrupt on all levels. If it were not for the fact that Vietnam is...
Van worked 20 hours, slept 4. He never stopped on all fronts.
Tại sao mày không có dọn? Coi nè, coi này. Có 3 cái chén này. Để đó đây nè. Coi này. 1, 2 cái.
Benyoya, may I be of assistance?
Ông điên hả? Ông có giỡn hả?
What happened here? Wrecked bicycle? Yes? Orchids, this is what you need. For you. That's a picture. I'm in love.
How old is she, 17?
17, she's 18, goes to college.
You have your teacher friend translate for you?
Well, you know me, I can't help falling in love.
Yeah. What?
My mother's dead.
Ra đi. Ai đó. Mời ông.
Come. John, come on. You don't get moving, you're gonna miss the Tokyo connection. It's your mother, John. You owe it to her.
That's funny. I owe her. My mother was a whore, and I'm her bastard son. You know what my birth certificate says on it? John LeGay, a son of a bitch. That's why those goddamn wasps at West Point wouldn't let me in. Fucking bunch of hypocrites. I was a little kid growing up in Norfolk. I used to see her screwing them in their cars. Grunting and carrying on. You know how she died? Somebody cracked her skull open with a whiskey bottle.
Go home and bury her, John.
Whosoever believeth in you should not perish, but have everlasting life. The Father loveth the Son, and hath given all things into his hand. Amen.
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 Thank you.
My condolences.
Thanks for coming.
Sorry, son.
Hey, you need some money for a haircut? What's the matter with him?
It's against the war.
You don't say. Well, I better have a word with him before I head back tomorrow.
Wait a minute, I am.
What is it?
John, I want to file for a divorce. I just need to be free from you.
Baby, come on, I need you.
You don't need anybody. Myrtle made sure of that. Then you have the war.
Johnny, I'm truly sorry.
Thank you.
Your mama was very special to me. We're all gonna miss her.
I appreciate that.
Johnny, you don't remember me. I'm your cousin Artie.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, I'd like to introduce some friends of mine. Danny Dykes.
Our condolences. Thanks for coming.
Paul Gillis.
Sorry for your loss. Thank you.
This here's my wife, Bella.
How do you do?
And I've been telling them how I've been reading about you in the Norfolk Leader. All those battles he's been winning. It's a great thing you're doing over there, son. God Almighty knows it's a great thing. Imagine, Myrtle's boy, advising the United States Army. Now, who would have ever thought that? Yeah. If you need anything, you know who to call on.
1967, the year of delusion. 465,000 American troops fought major battles from the Delta to the DMZ. while Westmoreland declared the end was coming into view. Van knew better.
I thought we cleared this area.
We have, sir. Then we discovered these tunnels. Here, here, and here. And over here, sir, is where we found the documents.
What do they say?
Last month, we destroyed the Viet Cong in this region. But according to these documents, another VC battalion has replaced them.
Where the hell did they get the manpower to do that?
I don't know, sir. I thought we have killed them all. I'm afraid we are back to where we started, Mr. Van.
Well, goddamn it, we'll just have to clear it out again.
Hey, get away!
Hey,
Jesus, John. Now we're fighting school teachers. She was never VC until a village got bombed.
John, how the hell are we supposed to have a Thanksgiving dinner with these things?
What's the news?
Shit, Spencer Tracy died. Who said this? I don't have no personal quarrels with those Viet Cong.
Cassius Clay.
Muhammad Ali. His new name's Muhammad Ali.
Well, I don't care what he calls himself. If he dodges the draft, no Negro soldier's gonna fight. Lock his ass up.
Hey, can I just say, John, what an extraordinary pad you've got here?
It's called Harnessing the Best Houses in Saigon.
Oh, it's the new U.S. aid program.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It's odd to see you in this context, that's all. You know, I met you, the rice paddies and the peasants, and now...
Oh, what are you saying? You accusing me of selling out? I read your articles.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, you're damn near ready to surrender.
Since when has criticism surrendered?
Hey, screw that. Nobody's been more critical how this war's been fought than me. But you seem to think it's your duty to spread this defeatist loser crap.
Oh, winning and losing, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Soldier's sole purpose is to win.
I got no argument, but you're not a soldier, John. You're a civilian.
Come on, guys.
Mr. Van?
Excuse me.
What sort of a man are you? She was a good student. Now, she's pregnant.
I love your daughter. I will take care of her.
Vượt lên. Cẩn thận nhé.
Shall we?
I have asked General Westmoreland what more he needs to meet this mounting aggression. He has told me, and we will meet his needs.
There is an incipient uprising in this country in opposition to this war, and it's going to get worse. This talk about sending over 100,000 to 200,000 more troops, you're going to create a very serious difficulty in this country if you people in the administration go through with that.
Captain, can you tell me where I can find Doug Elders?
He's right over there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're looking like Sergeant
He was
Hey, Dr. Doug.
Hey.
Geez, you look like shit.
Thanks.
Brought you something. For the revolution.
I'm going home, John.
Home? What are you talking about?
It's only jaundice. You'll be out in a week.
You see this shit? Those are Marines. Now we're the ones burning them out.
Just one damn photo.
It's more than one photo. We're losing our souls here.
Well, hell, do you think I agree with it?
I don't want to fight with you, John.
Come on, man. We've been through a lot together.
John, I'm going home.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not real good at goodbyes.
Don't get killed.
Gentlemen, as you all know, until now, the 5th Division of the Viet Cong has had sole control of the Saigon operational area. These captured VC documents indicate...
Carry on, gentlemen. Fred, please continue, Mr. Van.
I was saying that the intelligence we now have indicates clearly that divisions formerly positioned in the Paraspeak area on the Cambodian border have been moved to here, 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 and here. And now all share the Saigon theater of operations.
General, is aerial evidence of advanced movement to support this.
And what is your conclusion?
Well, sir, our conclusion is the enemy is about to strike at the capital.
Gentlemen, that is exactly what the enemy wants us to think, because they are going to lay siege to the Marines here at Khe Sanh with regular forces, trick us into believing that they're going to invade the capital with the Viet Cong. We hold back our forces. They overrun the Marines for a spectacular victory, just like they did the French. Well, that's not going to happen on my watch, gentlemen. Fred, I want you to have every available man ready to move up to Khe Sanh at a moment's notice.
Sir, I don't believe a strategist like General Giap would risk his troops openly against us.
Appreciate your input, Mr. Van. 101st, 199. You have them ready, Fred.
Oh, here.
Lee, what's wrong?
I haven't seen you for so long. I'm worried.
Look, there's a lot going on right now.
Let's go away together. For Tet. We can go to my family's home by the sea. Please come, John.
I can't. Who is it?
General Wayne.
Look, I'm sorry, Lee. I gotta go.
Be careful.
Yeah, go, Fred.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Very nice to meet you. Happy New Year.
Good evening, Mr.
Hey,
Ambassador.
John.
Can I have a word with you, sir?
Sure.
Sir, did you receive General Wayne's alert?
No.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Our intelligence indicates the enemy is about to plan a major offensive.
Where?
Here in Saigon, sir.
Why didn't General Westmoreland tell me this?
General Westmoreland doesn't agree with our analysis, but I feel he is about to make a grave error in judgment.
Good evening, Mr. Ambassador. I'll take this up with you in the morning. Welcome, Major. Good to see you. Try to relax, John. Evening. Help yourself to a drink. Enjoy yourself.
Nice party, huh? All it's missing is Nero and his fiddle. Did you see he was here? It made him a general. Rising star at the palace. Inspiring, huh?
Hello, Chia. I really, really like you.
Tâm nó chết rồi. Thôi, kiếm ra cái tăng lại. Ai bắn nó đi, ai bắn thằng Tâm vậy mày? Hả? Mày chạy đi kìa, mày kìa.
Lightning 6, this is Van, over. Lightning 6, this is Van, over.
The airport's under attack. He's up on the road.
Well, get him on the horn, goddammit, over.
Wait, tell Condon and Alpha to cover the south side of the field. Come on, get those bags up here.
Holy shit! Our guys are fired into the embassy! Charlie's taking the fucking embassy, man! I'm in Syria! Come on, let's go, let's go!
I was in bed. It's unbelievable, John. They've taken the radio station. They're in the process of taking over the palace.
We better get General Wayne on the horn. It's John Van, sir!
Hold them here! What about this? Over!
Looks like they're making their push take the whole city. We got any troops to fight them with, Fred?
I kept 6 battalions in reserve! I'm setting forward to the city! Over!
That's great news! Keep that line open.
What's happening?
We got the men. We can hold them.
MPs have gone into the embassy and are trying to get the snipers out.
We've got two more alert forces that are trying to push him out this way, but he's heavily fortified. He's got a lot of ammo.
232 GIs killed and 900...
41 pounds in cities
Attacked by the Viet Cong.
Snipers and suicide commando.
The presidential palace, the radio station, the Philippine embassy, 4 American fellows.
Sniper fire still coming from the building. Civilians who were caught in the crossfire.
Annie! Hi, baby. You okay? The baby okay?
Don't you worry about a thing, Grant. I'm gonna take care of all of you. I gotta go. I gotta go. All right?
The official explanation that it's all an attempt to divert American forces from Khe Sanh.
The Viet Cong paid dearly for their acts of rampant terrorism.
The enemy is mounting some last desperate campaign.
We're just mopping up here. What's the word at the radio station? Over. I see, real good. We'll keep us posted. Over. Keep this line open. John! Yeah, Sergeant Bronson. Ah! We did it, Fred. They threw their best at us and we beat them.
Yeah, we got a bit crazy.
General Westmoreland. General, what's your assessment of the situation? Yes, sir.
Just our guys clearing up some unexploded M79 rounds.
General, can I ask you a question?
The enemy appears to be trying to take over South Vietnam.
The Viet Cong has very deceitfully taken advantage of the Tet truce in order to create maximum consternation in South Vietnam, particularly in the populated area.
John?
Mr. Ambassador?
Good work. Thank you very much.
Well, I think General Wayne's one should take the credit, sir.
I'm aware of that.
I'll tell you this. Throw a hell of a party.
Yeah, real blowout.
It's probably a small attack, Mr. President. The embassy compound's been hit before.
Mr. Secretary, it's not just the embassy. Palace, legislature, airport, too.
Secretary Rusk, put on the speakerphone. Go ahead, Dan.
Dean, I've got the duty officer at the embassy, Alan Brandt.
Mr. Brandt. Mr. Brandt, can you hear me?
They're shooting right outside, Mr. Secretary.
What, outside of the embassy compound?
Inside. They blew through the wall. They're at the doors.
Mr. Rustow, casualty report. Do you have something to defend yourself with, Mr. Brandt?
I'm at the window. They're below me. They see me. They're looking right at me. I've got to go, Mr. Secretary. I've got to go. I got to
Small attack.
These are desperation moves, Mr. President. We've got them on the run.
It's not just Saigon.
The Viet Cong have launched surprise attacks on 36 of the 44 provincial capitals of South Vietnam. From the streets of Hue near the DMZ to the U.S. Embassy compound in Saigon, the casualty count on both sides has been unprecedented. The U.S. military says it is successfully beating back the Viet Cong attacks, but clearly they are paying an enormous price.
The enemy's well-laid plans went afoul. They tried to ignite revolution in the South, and they failed.
If this is a failure, God help us when they have a success.
I've given him all the men, the planes, the guns, the bullets he said he needed. I thought we were winning this thing. Now Westmoreland says he wants 206,000 more troops. 206,000!
You'll have 750,000 there. 750,000 men in Vietnam.
Light at the end of the tunnel. And we don't even have a tunnel. We don't even know where the tunnel is. I want you to get Westmoreland here. Get your people together and look at this thing. We'll give them the boys that we have to, but on your recommendation.
You'll wait.
I'll wait, but not for long. If he needs them, what the hell am I supposed to do? Oh, Fran, get me an answer.
Give us these troops and we can seize the initiative.
It will just be more of the same. The enemy's taken 200,000 killed, and he'll take 200,000 more.
We've lost a tenth that many, and Americans are rioting in the streets.
They should be cheering. The Viet Cong lost. We were victorious.
That's true, Walt, but remember, they only committed 175,000 men to this offensive. Holding enough back to strike again.
That's right, damn it, and it could happen at any time. I say put the men in.
There are no more trained men.
We would ship raw troops and train them in the rear.
What rear? There is no rear in Vietnam anymore. I would hope we've at least learned that from this victory.
With 206,000 more men, we can go into Laos, Cambodia, North Vietnam, and cut out the supply route once and for all. We have never been given that authority.
Excuse me, General. Dean, you said the enemy committed 175,000 men to the offensive.
That's right, Clark.
And General Westmoreland says that they suffered 45,000 killed with a 1 to 3.5 killed to wounded ratio?
It's right here in my report.
We beat the pants off them.
Then how in hell do we justify to the public sending hundreds of thousands more men?
We tell them this, that we're within inches of victory. Inches.
45,000 killed, yes, General?
Yes, sir.
And 3.5 times that number are out of action?
It's in the report, Clark.
If there's 45,000 dead and 3.5 times that number...
160,000.
157,500 wounded, plus 45,000 dead.
General, according to you and General Westmoreland, we have killed and wounded 120% of the enemy. It's becoming more and more evident that an out-and-out military victory cannot be achieved with any strategy. So, these are my recommendations. 1, send Westmoreland only those forces that will satisfy his immediate needs. Wheeler has agreed to 22,000 plus the units previously approved and already scheduled for deployment. This would stave off immediate defeat while we move to negotiations. We realize that the settlement would not be favorable for Saigon and they would fight it. 2, the bombing. Wheeler, the other chiefs, and Walt Rostow all advocate hitting the remaining targets in Hanoi and Haiphong and mining and bombing the harbors. With the support of everyone else, I recommend a bombing halt.
I've told you, I'm not gonna stop the bombing. It keeps the lead out of our boys.
There's little evidence to support that, sir, and the bombing is going to be the single greatest issue in the presidential campaign. The perception is evolving out there that Eugene McCarthy is the peace candidate and you are the war candidate. If McCarthy has a good showing in New Hampshire, I think Bobby will throw his hat in. But he can't beat you if you're sitting at the peace table, do you
Peace
see?
table. Sell out South Vietnam. This is your advice.
If I could lay a plan to win the war before you...
I could have gone on TV 3 weeks and explained all this to the American people. Huh? You were telling me it was a cut and run, admit defeat. The 20,000 American boys have died for nothing. The 20,000 American mothers weep for nothing.
The situation has changed since Tet.
Yes, it has. Tet was a failure. The enemy failed to overrun us. We are poised to win, and now it's only you and your people who are advising against the extra effort it'll take to turn 3 years of miserable war into victory.
And I'm telling you, there is no victory to be had. Not without measures that'll tear this country apart and bring down this administration. I told you to get out of Vietnam 3 years ago, Lyndon.
What about 2 years ago and 1? Hey, you shot down every bombing pause, backed every troop increase. Don't you dare!
Excuse me, Mr. President. My counsel has not deviated one whit. My every word, then as now, has been informed solely by my commitment to preserve your presidency and establish your place in this country's history.
Should have cleaned house November 63. Got rid of all of them. McNamara, Bundy, Connolly warned me those fucking Kennedy lovers would be disloyal to me. All of them!
They only advised you, Mr. President. You decided. Against all your natural instincts. Against the whole of your life experience. You decided.
Senator Eugene McCarthy, a dove on Vietnam, who was virtually unknown to voters of this state 2 months ago, has finished in a virtual tie with the sitting president of the United States, Lyndon Johnson. Since polls taken only a week ago, predicted Johnson would win 2/3 of the vote and McCarthy only 11%, the senator's surprisingly high turnout has shocked the country.
I run because it is now unmistakably clear that we can change these disastrous, divisive policies only by changing the men who are now making them. I run because I am convinced that this country is on a perilous course, and because I have such strong feelings about what must be done, and I feel that I'm obliged to do all that I can.
Oh, I was there.
I run to seek new
I was there when you told your brother to go into that place. I was there. And now I'm paying for it day after day after day while you cut me to pieces. There's blood in your hands, you traitor!
Our troops are being killed by the bullets and the mines of the South. If by ending the bombing of the North, we can bring peace to South Vietnam, then we will save the lives of thousands of our young men and thousands of Vietnamese.
Yes, Mr. President.
I talked to Mills. He won't back a war surtax unless they go on TV and announce deep cuts. I want you to get up there and talk to everybody on Ways and Means.
I'm meeting with 5 of them in the morning, sir.
Take Ackley up with you. Back up the numbers. He don't believe anything out of the White House anymore.
That's a good idea. Anything else, Mr. President? Are you all right, Mr. President?
Yeah, I'm all right, Joe. Joe. Senator Kennedy's speech. Who wrote it for him?
This guy, Walensky, on his staff's been writing a lot of his stuff. I don't know, maybe Schlesinger, Sorensen?
Goodwin.
I think he was involved, yes.
All right, Joe, thanks.
Yes, sir.
I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having spoken first clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government.
Anti-war demonstrations yet brought hundreds of thousands of protesters to the streets of America's cities. The radicals say that since peaceful demonstrations won't end the war, they're ready to move from protest to resistance. With talk of full-scale rebellion sweeping the country from college campuses to the inner cities, the mood is turning ugly. And there's a dangerous sense that the nation's political life is spinning out of control.
For it seems now more certain than ever that the bloody experience of Vietnam is to end in a stalemate. This summer's almost certain standoff will either end in real give and take negotiations or terrible escalation. But it is increasingly clear to this reporter that the only rational way out then will be to negotiate, not as victors, but as an honorable people who lived up to their pledge to defend democracy and did the best they could. This is Walter Cronkite. Good night.
See what you think.
All right. It's tough and effective, but the music in it is sad and sour to the ear. And I don't know that any speechwriter could have made it sing.
I got 100 bills in committee. They'll never see the light of day. But I think I could pass 1,000 bills. More education, more health care, more rights. But it wouldn't matter. Because it seems nothing I say, no matter how I say it, can ever bring this country together again.
Then perhaps eloquence of speech is no longer the answer, but eloquence of action.
Mr. Secretary.
Would you be kind enough to make sure that the president sees that this evening?
Clark?
Lady Bird, I'd promised that he'd have those budget figures by the end of the day.
Oh, he's right inside.
No, I won't disturb him. Thank you. Good night.
Clark. Clark, I've got the speech here. I need your help with it.
You know that I'm at your service, Mr. President.
I know, old friend. Good evening, my fellow Americans. Tonight, I want to speak to you of peace in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. We are prepared to move immediately towards peace through negotiations. We are substantially reducing, the present level of hostilities, and we are doing so unilaterally and at once. Tonight, I have ordered our aircraft and our naval vessels make no more attacks on North Vietnam, except in the area north of the demilitarized zone, where the continuing enemy buildup directly threatens Allied forward positions. The area in which we are stopping our attacks includes almost 90% of North Vietnam's population and most of its territory. Our purpose in this action is to bring about a reduction in the level of violence that now exists. It is to save the lives of brave men and to save the lives of innocent women and children. Now, as in the past, the United States is ready to send its representatives to any forum at any time to discuss the means of bringing this ugly war to an end. There is a division in the American House now. There is divisiveness among us all tonight. With America's sons in the fields far away, with America's future under challenge right here at home, with our hopes and the world's hope for peace in the balance every day, I do not believe that I should devote an hour or a day of my time to any personal partisan causes or to any duties other than the awesome duties of this office, the presidency of your country. Accordingly, I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president. But let men everywhere know However, that a strong and a confident and a vigilant America stands ready tonight to seek an honorable peace and stands ready tonight to defend an honored cause, whatever the prize, whatever the burden, whatever the sacrifice that duty may require. Thank you for listening. Good night, and God bless you all.
Luke, get a picture. Come on.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept, the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
I, Richard Milhouse Nixon, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
North Vietnam cannot defeat or humiliate the United States. Only Americans can do that.
You get really stoned. Then, who cares about the war?
Gentlemen and ladies, as you know, General Westmoreland has returned to Washington and General Abrams has replaced him as commander of ground forces. This reorganization is part of the President's Vietnamization strategy. Now, the new second-in-command, General Nguyen, is here to brief you on the implementation of this phase of the war. General?
Excuse me, Ambassador, with Abrams in and Westy out, is this an official admission that Westmoreland's strategy was a failure?
General Westmoreland was promoted.
General,
ladies and gentlemen, we now believe that the South Vietnamese are ready to take on a primary role in driving back the enemy's forces, their divisions, North Vietnamese regulars across the western border.
Is this an American withdrawal?
No, in no way could this be interpreted as a withdrawal.
Just a change of strategy. And I have appointed the former Lieutenant Colonel John Van, whom you all know.
General,
Sir. To act as my deputy for military functions, who will help me implement this strategy. He will serve as a commanding general for the Central Highlands region.
Please, General, help me clarify this. You're placing a U.S. civilian in command of 10 divisions of South Vietnamese troops in the Central Highlands, which is a fairly sizable area, while the rest of the U.S. troops pull back?
We're not pulling back. The South Vietnamese are moving forward.
If it's not a withdrawal, what does Vietnamization mean?
Well, that's what we're trying to explain to you, if you just pay attention.
John, in all fairness, you've always been an advocate that the U.S. take control here in Saigon, yes?
That's correct. Tet has proved that the South Vietnamese are capable and willing to take control of this war.
The American people have been completely demoralized by recent developments.
Not at all. Not at all. On the contrary, our intelligence, in fact, indicates that it is the Viet Cong who have been demoralized since Tet.
Wait, I'm highly confused, and I find this contradictory, because, in fact, with this restructuring, the South Vietnamese are not in command, but you are, Mr. Van, while the U.S. forces go out the back door.
No one is going out the back door.
Sir, what are you saying? Will any American soldiers be going home?
Certainly, as the Vietnamese people assume greater responsibility for the war effort, there will be some reassignment of U.S. support personnel.
John, did you meet with President Nixon and discuss Vietnamization?
I met the president, yes.
So was it his policy or your policy?
It's the policy of the United States government.
U.S. policy has not changed from day one in terms of our involvement in helping the people of the Republic of Vietnam.
Nixon ordered all American combat troops out of Vietnam by June of 1972. The South Vietnamese, although backed by American air support and advisors, would have to fight the war themselves. 10 years down the road, we were back to where we started. But this time, John Paul Vann was in charge.
Intelligence says that the enemy's moved large numbers of troops, maybe 5 divisions, down the Ho Chi Minh Trail to here. We also know that there's heavy artillery, even tanks, further north.
I see what they're after. If they can break through the line here and head for the sea, they'll have cut our forces in half and have a clear shot at Saigon.
The South Vietnamese troops can't hold the line. It's over.
South Vietnamese are good soldiers. They just need some goddamn leadership. Oh, they'll hold the line. We'll do one better. We might turn this whole goddamn thing around. I think old General Jaff's about to make the mistake we've been making all along. He's gonna try to fight this thing in a conventional fashion. If we can persuade him to send his troops out of these hills around Khartoum, he'll be vulnerable. And that's where we could crush him.
I don't know, John.
I do, Fred, I do. I've never seen anything so clear. I've been waiting for a moment like this all my life.
Yeah, what can I do for you? I'd like to have a word with Van, please. Close.
General. It's okay, let him through.
I'd like an interview, John.
I don't have time.
Okay, I'll make it quick. Do you intend to carpet bomb around Khartoum with B-52s?
That's operational information.
What a line of bullshit you fed us. About the peasants and the revolution, and I bought it.
I still believe it.
But you're gonna bomb with B-52s? How can you say that? It's wrong, John, it's wrong.
It's wrong? It's the same goddamn war it was back in '62. You were there. Why didn't you say it was wrong then? Shit. You and the fucking Kennedys, the good old boys who sent us here. Now y'all want to change your minds because there's blood and guts on TV. Well, I don't have that luxury. I've got 50,000 people in Khartoum whose lives are on the line because of us. They can't change their minds, can they? I gave those people my word. And I'm gonna do everything I can to save them. Let's go. Colonel Bob.
Welcome, sir.
Frank Drummond, I thought they retired you.
Well, retirement seems to be sitting pretty good with you, John. Thanks for requesting me, buddy.
Well, my pleasure.
Major Darrell Jones, sir.
Major Jones, finally, I got a fighting team I can be proud of. Well, gentlemen, let's get to work.
This way.
Head! Gentlemen, senior advisor.
At ease, men. All right, listen up, everyone. We are going to hold the line here at Tan Can, then mount a stage retreat back to where we are, Khartoum. That will pull these North Vietnamese divisions out of the hills, and when they do, we are going to call in the B-52s and carpet bomb each of these squares. We are going to wipe out the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th Division of the North Vietnamese Army. My old colleague, Colonel Ba, will conduct the forward command, defense, and withdrawal. This is General Giap, commander of the NVA. He's a genius. He's never been beaten. Till now. I've studied this man for 10 years, and we're going to whip his ass. You know why? Because he wastes his men, pours them away like piss in the wind. There's not a man in this room, not a man on that line out there I wouldn't die for. No matter what we've done with our lives, you and I can be proud today because we have the noblest of all professions. We are soldiers. Good Lord said it all about us.
He said, "No greater love has a man than he lay down his life for another." And by God, this day will not end, but I will see you all safely through it, and we will hold this ground.
Yeah, there's sustained mortar and small arms fire. Over.
Get me a sit-rep forward command.
Contact forward, contact command. Sit-rep. Over.
Enemy still 500 yards to my immediate front. We're holding them here.
Roger that, Major. Good work.
Tell Colonel Bond we will withdraw in 1 hour. Over.
Paul, what the hell are you doing here? Why aren't you at your post?
I have been replaced, sir.
Who the hell's in charge of the orbit?
Who's the general? It's General Denton, sir.
Tell him I'm on my way.
Sir, contact forward. The 6 actual is en route to your fix. Out.
Contour says vans on the way out.
Let's go! Forward command! Step on it!
Cover that right flank! Lay down, boys!
What the fuck was that?
Okay, we got an enemy tank here. We have an enemy tank.
There's a tank! There's a fucking tank!
Got an enemy tank to our rear.
There are no enemy tanks reported in this sector.
Fuck you, son! I'll tell you there's a goddamn tank up here.
How long to the LZ?
We're 2 minutes out.
Well, let's go. Get a move on. Let me cut off up there, goddammit.
Hey, get back here!
Frank, how long do you think you can hold it there?
Ben's running. He's running like a son of a bitch.
Get out, Frank!
Yep.
Go!
Yep. Well, we're fixing to do that.
God damn that asshole! God damn it!
Go! Everybody down! Go! Pull back!
Let's go! Go!
Blow this fucking place!
Blow it, Frank!
Move!
Go! Go!
My God, they've blown it, sir!
There! There!
Jesus Christ, the minefield! Jesus Christ! Take her down! But sir, I said take her down! There! Right here, put her down! Coming around! Coming around! Right!
Cartoon, we're going down into a minefield. Enemy 300 yards. We need support. Over.
Frank, come on! Get up there, son! Come on, get him in! Come on, come on!
Come on!
Frank, hold on. Grab his arms.
Frank, let's see. You okay? Let's get him up. Okay. Got it?
Okay, off! Get these men back to their posts!
What's the meaning of this?
Sir, we've been ordered to withdraw.
Withdraw nothing. Get Bomber Command on the horn.
Sir, the enemy have already passed the coordinates.
Give them these new coordinates.
Stand by.
1586. 1580.
Sir, that's us.
Call it in.
1586, 1580.
Soldier, let me have a look.
That's correct. Yes, we know. Sir, they want confirmation.
We don't have time for this horse shit. We're about to be overrun. Just do it!
Senior advisor says go.
Recon Skyhawk. Enemy is now 1 mile. Recon Skyhawk. Enemy now 800 yards. Over.
Major, here they come.
Colonel, let's get ready.
Chuẩn bị vũ khí.
Where you get your luck?
Okay? You mind? Bob, let's get these men organized. Get out there, see what's left.
Here he is now.
Roger, at command. Touchdown, Constitute at command. Over.
What is all this?
Congratulations, John. It was a hell of an action.
Mr. Ambassador?
John, the president asked me to come and convey his and our country's appreciation.
Thank you, sir.
John, step right this way. We'll have a little surprise here for you. John, President Chu.
Mr. President?
The people of Vietnam are grateful for your help in defending our country.
I'm honored. Thank you.
Come on.
Congratulations, John. You deserve it.
Well, this was great, Fred, but I better be getting back.
Sure.
Yeah. Duty calls.
Good luck, John.
You know, Fred, we can win this thing.
You bet.
Come on, I'm not here to supply gossip for you.
Yes, but... Excuse me one moment. John! Congratulations.
Thank you.
I have something that might interest you.
Former Vietnam veteran Douglas Elders claimed the U.S. government has conspired to deceive the American people in order to pursue an illegal war in Vietnam. Well, I'll be damned.
Well, at least someone's prepared to stop peddling the lie.
Well, now, what lie would that be?
That we're here to solve Vietnam's problems. We're the problem, and that's the truth.
Well, you see, Stephen, there's your truth, and there's my truth. And they're two different things. All I know is up that road is old General Giap. When he and I speak to each other, we never lie.
General Giap and you? John, the war's not about warriors anymore. It's about children and women and rice paddies. You know who told me that? You did. You did.
I gotta go. I got men holding the line up there.
Boss, we really don't have the weather.
Come on, let's go!
Hello? No. He's dead? How? I was just... Oh, man. John Paul Vann was America's warrior. He personified our good intentions, our arrogance, our courage, and ultimately our folly. He had fought to redeem the unredeemable, to salvage the doomed enterprise called South Vietnam. In death, he had triumphed over defeat, while the rest of us are left to ask, why?
One of the boys on our block was killed in Vietnam several weeks ago.
Oh, I know. I mean, Karen told me. Another meaningless death.
I beg your pardon?
I just meant that it's such a shame a kid has to die for basically no reason.
More broccoli, anyone?
I don't think it's meaningless when a young man dies for freedom in first country.
I just have a little trouble justifying dying for a government that systematically represses its citizens.
Oh, honey, try the potatoes. I put grated cheese on them.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
It means that the United States government is responsible for the oppression of blacks, women, free speech.
Well, perhaps, little lady, you'd like to go live in Russia for a while, huh?
Oh, I think what Karen's saying is that...
Look, Buster, I happen to believe that freedom and democracy have certain advantages that communist dictatorships don't, and that is what Vietnam is all about.
No, man, that's what they brainwash you to believe it's all about. They turn people into brainwashed morons.
My hunch was that my father would not let being called a brainwashed moron at his dinner table go by unremarked.
So, you think I've been brainwashed, do you, Louis?
No. Look, I think anyone who supports the American war effort in Vietnam is having the wool pulled over his eyes.
I see.
Just like they did with Korea.
The hell do you know about Korea? I was in Korea. I lost a lot of good friends there.
Daddy, that doesn't have anything to do with what we're saying.
And they weren't brainwashed. They were brave men who weren't afraid to fight for what they believed in. Now, if you're afraid to fight, why don't you just say so? Why don't you just admit that you're chicken?
You're damn right. I am chicken. I don't want to die like your friends. What do you think that you achieved over there? Do you think that those people are free? They're not free, man. Except to buy Coca-Cola and Nestle's Quick, get loans from Chase Manhattan Bank.
That's crap.
You were used, man, and your friends were used.
That's crap!
Daddy, you never listen to what we say. Some of what we say is true.
Don't accept all this death and then justify it. It is wrong. Your friends should be alive. They should be enjoying dinner and arguing with their kids just like you are.
What do you know about it? Who the hell are you to say that?
You see this, man? This is my draft notice. In 2 weeks, I can go to jail. I can go to Canada. Or I can go get shot full of holes like your friend Brian Cooper. You keep thinking the way you do, Mr. Arnold. And these two will be next. And I just hope that's what they want. Excuse me.
With our military losses in the field, I see no other course.
We have never accepted a political solution. Not with the French, not with the South. Yet now, you not only suggested, Conrad Lee, you even seem prepared to leave the so-called President Thiel in place in Saigon. We've always insisted on his dismissal.
We will see the end of Thiel, comrade. If we can persuade the Americans to do to him what the Soviets and Chinese have done to us, withdraw support. In the forthcoming election, Nixon is expected to gain a vast victory. It will embolden him to, in his words, get tough with us. On the other hand, if Henry Kissinger can deliver to his president a peace with honor, it will be hard for even Nixon to refuse. We force their hand by no longer insisting that President Thiel be ousted, in return for the American promise to withdraw their troops from all regions of Vietnam. With the Americans gone, the days before our final liberation of the South will be numbered.
And if you fail, we have fought too long to risk public disgrace.
The Americans fear it even more. Kissinger nurtures his public image with great diligence, believing it necessary to gain public support for his policies. So we will avoid embassies, ignore their State Department, and use back channels. I will deal directly with Kissinger. He will deliver Nixon. Pro Kissinger ex reducto. For your eyes only, Politburo authorizes resuming Paris peace talks on strictly confidential basis. So, Mr. Advisor, here we are.
Indeed, Mr. Special Advisor. And now, let us try and bring peace to our English region.
Ours is not the only region in anguish over this war.
All the more reason to now bring it to an end.
Now, or in late November, after your election.
I'm here to make peace. Now. My task was clear. Although President Chu had previously acquiesced to ceasefire proposals which implied that North Vietnamese troops could remain in the south, he had, since April, demanded that any troop withdrawal be mutual. To bring them around would take the skill of a Bismarck.
So, I see that your conversations in Paris with Le Docteur were not without their interest. But that's all they were. Conversations.
But the other side was of the utmost seriousness, Mr. President.
Perhaps to you. But I am the constitutional leader of the Republic of South Vietnam. Any discussion of ending a war waged against us on our own territory that does not include me cannot, by definition, be serious.
Just paving the way, Mr. President. That's all of us doing.
Once the road is paved, traffic naturally follows. The route is a fait accompli. You will not do that to me or my people.
Not my intention. I simply seek a compromise.
Compromise. Fine word. But our view of what constitutes an acceptable compromise is firm. No North Vietnamese on our soil, no interim government, no coalition government. Sufficient time for me to prepare the South Vietnamese people for any such plan.
Reasonable points, Mr. President. All reasonable points.
And there's one other. No withdrawal of American troops from South Vietnam while the North keeps its soldiers on our soil.
Yeah. On that issue, as you know, we have always implied
that any troop reductions must be mutual. We appreciate your efforts. If you have time, we will enjoy offering you our hospitality at dinner.
Well, thank you, but I must return as quickly as possible. I want to make your views known to my president.
I trust you will do it.
Yes, Uncle. Did it go well?
Kissinger? He'd sailed us down the river just to get a deal.
Congratulations, General. And only 5 months after receiving your second star. Now that's affirmative action. Bob, break out the best. Christen the stars. And from your memo, Henry, we've got more than just Al's promotion to celebrate. Great read, great stuff. Now you got him running in the right direction.
Well, the boys at State say Two will never buy it, Mr. President.
Well, with respect, sir, Two will buy whatever you sell. It is, after all, your money with which you place.
I won't be party to jamming any deal down Tu's throat. He's our ally, fought by our side. He'll have to sign off on any deal. Have to.
Of course, Mr. President, but we are so close right now.
We may be, but he has to be part of it. The American people won't accept selling out an ally. No, they'd rather step up the bombing.
Well, again, sir, with respect, the American people tire of the war. Conflict fatigue, sir, is a political death warrant.
What American people? The hippies? The Jewish liberals? Tell me, Henry, why are all Jews leftists?
Well, Mr. President, they are Jews, and they are Jews. I can only speak for myself, and I believe that Le Doctor can be rolled around, and you.
Henry, the American people aren't interested in compromise solutions. After all these years, they want to see the United States prevail. This is sudden death overtime. They want to see us score the winner. Would you say so, General?
Certainly, peace is the goal. At the right price.
Exactly. Now, all I ask is the opportunity to present an offer to Le Doctor. It may not include all of Tu's points immediately, but I only want to make an offer. The chances of Le Doctor accepting it are minimal, negligible. In fact, I would say there's no chance.
Well, if there's no chance.
Unless it is the exact deal that we want.
Yes, of course, if it is our deal. Nothing to lose there. Maybe show the world that we are trying. Okay, Henry, you put your deal to him, but make it tough. Not something for those Rockefeller liberals of yours, but a Cold War Hawks deal.
Understood, Mr. President. Well, sir, now that General Haig is here with us, this might be an opportune time to discuss his replacement as my deputy.
Henry, I'm going to pay you the greatest honor I can. I'm going to let you keep Al on your staff. Show the world that my national security advisor rates a 4-star as his deputy.
Well, of course, I am honored, sir, but I don't think it's...
It'll be fine. Thank you, Henry. Excuse me.
Gave it a lot of thought, Henry, but the President feels that Al will be of enormous help to you in selling President Tew on any deal. Al being a soldier and all.
And I shall, of course, do as instructed. Gentlemen, if I may. Al.
I think the President would like to have one more drink in Al's honor.
But no need for that to detain you, Henry.
Well?
Henry's delighted.
Yeah, I bet he is. Now, Al, you know your job. This promotion's about loyalty. You're there as my man. Stiffen Henry's backbone. If necessary, you be the one to let Ducto know we're ready to bomb him to kingdom come. No soft deals. Just because I brought our troop level down from over 500,000 to less than 30,000 doesn't mean I'm weak. Hell no, not me.
I understand completely, sir.
For all we know, Kissinger would gladly sell out a loyal ally to end this thing before the election. Take all the credit for himself. Well, not this time. I swear. Fire him if you weren't so popular. Press, the Harvard people, they think the sun shines out his ass. Good idea, Henry. That's a good plan. Now, you're doing fine. Yes, it's all right. Yeah, I'll see you then. Yeah. Bob, Charlie, whoever leaked this peace talk stuff, that one deserves a medal. Makes it clear that these Paris talks are Henry's baby, If they fall apart, let it hit the fan over his head. Maybe then I can get away with firing him, but keep him in the dark. If he starts looking to plug leaks, you tell the FBI to play along. Drinks?
Please, sir.
Bourbon all around?
Thank you.
No one will say that America folded its hand during my watch. No, sir. We're going to finally prevail. I will not be the first American president to lose a war.
So in summary, therefore, the Politburo accepts the principle of an immediate ceasefire without waiting for outstanding political issues to first be resolved.
Then you no longer require President to be removed from office as a precondition.
However, the Politburo does require the withdrawal of all foreign troops,
including those of North Vietnam.
Vietnamese soldiers on Vietnamese soil cannot be considered foreign. We speak of American forces, though we would accept there would be no further movement of troops from the north into the southern regions. Finally, we call for an administration of national concord to organize elections in all areas of the country.
Organize elections or become a de facto government to replace the present Saigon regime.
It would displace neither Thieu nor the provisional revolutionary government we recognize. It will make decisions only by consensus.
And prisoners of war?
Return. Immediately upon the initialing of this agreement.
Well, I would say these suggestions have some promise. I think a recess, in order for us to study them further, would not be uncalled for.
Until tomorrow?
At noon. In the interim, we will prepare a draft of our understanding of what has been suggested.
Yes! Congratulations, it's unbelievable.
Well, unbelievable or not, we appear to have done it, do we not?
If we can hold him to what he said, then we truly have done it. A peace that will save the honor of the soldiers who served and died in Vietnam.
Have a problem, Mr. Negroponte?
As good as it seems to us is as bad as it might look to Thieu. He'll suspect the administration of national concord as a way to displace him and his government, especially if it's backed up by North Vietnamese troops on his territory and in Cambodia and Laos.
An opening offer. We will counter. You and Winston prepare a draft of the agreement. Be vague with this administration of national concord business. Volley it down. Spell out that there will be no further infiltration from the north. And add a provision that Hanoi must withdraw its troops from Cambodia and Laos. Will that satisfy?
I'm sure it will, sir. As long as we do indeed water it down, as you put it, we can look Thieu in the eye when we present it.
Well then, get to it. I have an engagement in town. I want a draft ready for me at 8 a.m. tomorrow. You two are young enough to work through the night, especially for what may be the biggest moment in your entire lives. Well, 8 a.m.
Yes, sir. What about the president?
Which one? Thieu or Nixon? I appear to be dealing for them both.
So maybe we should bring him up to speed. Especially Nixon. He's expecting us to go slower. We should warn him.
I will. You can rely on it.
Should I draft a cable?
No, you should not. I'm the president's national security advisor. I am not yet ready to be displaced.
Not at all what I had in mind.
Good. I shall cable Washington from a safe line at the embassy. Leave this to me, Alexander.
Sure, of course.
Pro Alderman X. Kissinger. Please inform the President there has been some definite progress, though not very detailed. We'll keep you informed.
Pro-President Nixon, ex-President Chu. Sources indicate Paris breakthrough. Please inform what commitments may be undertaken in our name.
Pro-Kissinger ex-Haldeman. President instructs that Ambassador Bunker in Saigon should be updated.
Pro-Bunker ex-Kissinger. Tell President Yu the other side may make a ceasefire proposal during the next few days. Essential that Yu's troops move promptly and seize maximum amount of critical territory.
Pro-Kissinger ex-Haldeman would appreciate status update.
Pro-Haldeman ex-Kissinger. Negotiations too complex and sensitive to report their content in detail. Please tell the President we know exactly what we are doing. And just as we have not let you down in the past, we will not do so now.
Yeah, but the way you're putting it, the Administration of National Concord is only advisory.
Exactly. You heard the boss. Water it down so it's acceptable to Chu. I've done exactly that.
And a complete withdrawal of NV troops from Laos and Cambodia.
Look, the doctor himself said it was worth trying. He also said this was a counteroffer, remember? I don't think he wants us to give away the candy store, do you?
I don't know what he wants.
This is rubbish. It's pure rubbish. What is this supposed to be? And speak up.
Well, it's what was discussed with Duc To and incorporating the changes you approved.
Approved? Approved?
What the hell is this?
But, sir, you said we should counter-offer.
I never suggested you become Chu's agent in this matter. We are here to come to terms with Hanoi, not Saigon.
Just who do you work for? I did not come to Paris to fail. I came to end the war.
Well, as a counteroffer, I think it's...
What counteroffer? Don't you understand? I want to meet this position as closely as I can. We have already wasted enough time on this matter. The world is a busy place. There are other issues that demand my attention. You have till noon to come up with a new draft. One we can achieve.
I'm not satisfied with your new draft on the matter of reparations.
Reparations? Impossible. We have done our best to bridge the gap.
Indispensable. After all, you aid the South.
Fine. Then the U.S. can provide aid to both Vietnams to heal the wounds of war. And prisoners of war?
Returned. After your withdrawal.
Before.
After.
Before. Unless you also withdraw your troops from the South.
No withdrawal. We will stay in place. No new emplacements. POWs return simultaneously.
If we withdraw from Cambodia and Laos, so do you.
The matters of our region do not concern you after your departure.
World politics do not end with your war, Mr. Advisor. Your region will remain of great interest to us, especially if you expect humanitarian aid.
Best endeavors at quitting Laos within 1 month. As for Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge won't listen to anything I say.
Well, if you expect me to sell it to President Yu, you must sell it to them.
The thing that scares me is the part about reparations.
Humanitarian aid.
Call it whatever the hell you like, it's still aid. And that needs congressional approval. Not even the president can promise money.
Show me a congressman that would dare vote against a proposal to end the war that Richard Nixon endorses.
If he endorses it. He will. After November 7th, as soon as the election's behind him.
I will not be bound by political objectives. We must negotiate a settlement that will stand on its own. We must show the world what we achieved in spite of the election, not because of it.
That'll come as a hell of a surprise to the president.
Which one? Chu or Nixon?
I was thinking of Kissinger.
It is clear, I trust, that we intend to treat all areas we occupy as autonomous.
Then you intend to resupply your troops in the south? Then we reserve the right to resupply our allies in Saigon.
Can you commit your allies?
I speak for the President of the United States. I can assure you he has the complete trust of our allies in Saigon.
I suppose all this must wait upon the upcoming event in your country. The Tuesday, November 7th election.
If we reach an agreement now, I will come to Hanoi at an appropriate date and initial these accords.
If you need not wait upon your election, I note that October 24th is also a Tuesday.
I would be happy to be delighted to join with you on that day if we finish our business here.
How do you think the chief will react to an October date?
Alexander, I enjoyed the president's confidence. I am sure I can count on his support.
Sure, of course, I know that. But I want assurances President Tu's on board.
By Ambassador Bonkin, Saigon. Have him report to you that, quote, my judgment at this juncture is that they appear ready to accept the ceasefire in the near future. Unquote.
A bit of an understatement, isn't it?
He will be told all he needs to know in good time. We must first take the product on the road. There are others that must be solved first before we worry about you.
Hell of a deal. Peace we've always demanded, promised the American people we'd get. Will those communist bastards stick by it, keep their word?
As long as we and you keep ours.
Well, that ought to be a problem, should it, Bob?
I can't see why. How about you, Al?
Well, there are a few, maybe just one or two, ambiguities.
Well, Henry here can sell too, explain it all away. My Henry's excellent at that, aren't you, Henry?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Just a little bit, that's right. Thank you. I am sure President Chu will understand and embrace the accord.
Well, if he doesn't, to hell with it. He'll delay your initialing ceremony until after the election. Maybe I'll go myself.
Well, sir, I think the October date is the essential component of the agreement.
After my landslide on the 7th, nobody will say no to me. Not Tu, not Brezhnev, not the whining press or the hippies, no, sir. But I won't have too pressure. You'll have to sell him, Henry.
That, comrades, is the sum and essence of the accord. It allows everything that we wish. Our troops remain in place while the Americans leave. The consequences for the final liberation of our country should therefore be obvious. Kissinger has given his word that he will be here on October 24th.
The entire world should know this.
Until Chu and his gangsters have been informed, I gave my word we would treat the matter with delicacy.
We will honor that, but to ensure the October 24th date remains firm, I suggest we prepare for the signing by reproducing the accord in detail. A total plan for midnight on October 24th should be circulated to the entire armed forces, right down to the level of field officers. Comrade, to keep it secret from the world is one thing. Not to share it with our soldiers who have fought for these days for so many years is quite another.
Well, here's the first. You're waiting for me.
So, what on earth is up?
Not for publication. I mean, not even on the deepest background. Only a secret to a friend.
Yes, certainly, of course.
I've done it. The war. It's over.
When?
October 24th. I know.
You're a genius. Seriously. Before the election? That's okay with Nixon?
More or less.
And President Chu, you satisfied him as well?
Well, that will take one more trip to Saigon to explain the details. My only fear is that President Chu learns the details before I can explain them. In particular, the continuing presence of Northern troops in the South, though that is entirely off the record.
This is the most momentous event since VJ Day. Why keep it a secret?
Because I can trust no one. Not the president. Not while he's listening to Chuck Colson and his political people. And President Chu is a man not to be trusted. Duplicity is a national trait of the Vietnamese. But come October 24th, that will all be behind us. I can explain it to President Chu so that he will understand it. Then we will be 3 for 3, this president and I. The opening to China, détente with the Soviets, and now peace in Vietnam.
Each time I think I have the measure of the man's capacity for betrayal, I'm reminded that it may be limitless. It's quite clear. He's been negotiating for months behind my back without my approval. No wonder the North calls us American puppets. That's exactly how they see Kissinger treating us.
Call a press conference. Tell the world.
This is no time for a young man's impatience, nephew. That's what Kissinger wants. Then he becomes the angel of peace, with us as his war-loving obstacle. No, there are better ways to deal with this.
Uncle, the 24th is only a week away.
Then we must be slyer than the fox himself. Sorry to have delayed you. Internal matters. You know my nephew and aide, Wang Duc Na?
Yes, I do. A recent graduate of the Oklahoma University, I believe.
Go Sooners.
So, greetings from President Nixon. We come on his behalf with what we believe to be very encouraging news. Late Doctor has presented us with some suggestions for a ceasefire, which, in our judgment, can form the sound basis for a final resolution of a painful war that has devastated this.
We're sufficiently well acquainted to dispense with long speeches. Is anything in writing of Doctor's suggestions?
Of course we have something.
This is in English.
Yes, I know I must apologize for this. We have not yet had time to prepare an adequate translation.
Sau đây là những điều mà hai bên đã đề cập đến để ngưng chiến tranh Việt Nam. Forgive the use of a tongue with which you're unfamiliar. But for us, English is not a language of record.
Of course.
Hiệp ước này sẽ hoàn toàn thay thế tất cả những gì mà đã nêu ra từ trước. Nói tóm lại, sau đây là những gì mà Hà Nội đã nêu ra.
Interesting.
Or more than that, surely. Mr. President, this is encouraging. It's exciting.
Interesting. I see it refers to...
The three Indo-Chinese states.
Yes. I assume that would mean Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. One state, one Vietnam. Which one of us is indicated by this? Saigon or Hanoi?
Well, sir, we are aware, of course, of your concern in this regard. So this is merely a typographical error, I should think.
I see. A typographical error. Yet nowhere is the line that demarcates the South from the North referred to as an international border.
Right. Well, I would say, sir, that these are details. They will have to be addressed, of course. But as to the substance of the agreement, Mr. President, we are anxious to proceed as quickly as possible.
No more so than I, Dr. Kissinger. The war is being fought in my homeland, after all. I need some time to study this. I suggest we adjourn until, say, Saturday?
That would be the 21st.
Is it? I wasn't aware of any time constraints. Is there a problem?
Saturday is ideal, Mr. President.
Well, nothing but good news this Monday. Except the Redskins did get creamed again by the Dolphins. That Shula, hell of a coach. But what an effort by Theismann. Now there's a leader. That's my kind of player. Get me his telephone number. I want to call him. Anyway, you've all seen the polls. Seems like come November 7th, we'll have a brand new 1st and 10 with 4 years on the game clock. Now, item A, Kissinger's report from Saigon. What do we make of it?
Mr. President?
Go ahead, Westy.
Well, sir, frankly, I think the deal Dr. Kissinger signed off on with Lee Ducteau, I think it stinks.
Really? Well, what does my Secretary of State say to that?
Stinks, General Westmoreland? Why is that?
It doesn't call for a communist withdrawal? Is this what we fought and died for, to leave them in place in Southern territory they seized by aggression? This gives them the base they need to swamp Saigon the minute the last helicopter picks the last American soldier off the ground. And they will wait just long enough for us to close a blind eye before they finish the job of wiping the Republic of Vietnam off the map.
Is that a good enough answer?
It's an answer. But if we want to end the war, this provides a way. Frankly, whatever its shortcomings, I don't think this can be improved.
Well, there's a first for us. The Secretary of State on the same side as the National Security Advisor. Does that mean we should push two into acceptance?
Frankly, Mr. President, while Secretary Rogers may be right about this being the best deal we can get, it does leave the communists in place, on the ground, all over the South. And this administration of national concord smells an awful lot like an interim government.
Does your boss know you feel this way, General Haig?
We're in daily contact.
The essential requirement is that Two's acceptance be wholehearted. I won't be accused of forcing him into a settlement. This is not to be a shotgun marriage. Certainly not with an electoral landslide in the offing. There'll be time enough to deal with Two after the election. Now, you let Henry know that today. Now, about the suggested...
Ole Dr. Ex-Kissinger, I can give you the assurance of my president that this matter will be satisfactorily concluded, that with your assent to the last minor details, President Nixon now considers this agreement complete.
United States Embassy.
Advisor Nhà for Dr. Kissinger.
One moment, please.
Kissinger.
Yes, Dr. Kissinger. Regarding today's meeting, I'm afraid President Thiel will be unable to meet with you.
On what basis?
So sorry, but he hurt his foot. Water skiing.
I am a special envoy of the President of the United States of America. You know, I can't be treated like an errand boy.
We never considered you an errand boy, but if that's what you think, there's nothing I can do about it. We can receive you tomorrow.
I demand to see the President.
May I remind you what I just told you? I'm sorry. Until tomorrow.
The man will not treat us this way. I intend to go to Hanoi on Tuesday, whatever these devious people say.
From Henry. He wants to go ahead with the meeting in Hanoi.
Like hell. Not till 2 okays it.
He won't. Why should he? He'll probably claim, and some of your enemies will agree, Mr. President, that the terms are a complete capitulation to Hanoi's demands of 1969, and that for this deal, we could have closed the books 3 years ago. They'll say it'll lead to a bloodbath, sir.
What's Henry's big rush? Tell him to get two on board the program. If he can't, then get him back here, and we'll talk after Election Day.
I do not object to peace, but I have not got satisfactory answers from you, and therefore will not sign your agreement.
Then we will go out on our own.
Your prerogative, of course.
Pro-Kissinger ex-Hague. President suggests that in view of President Tu's rejection, perhaps our best course is to denounce entire agreement.
Pro-Hague, ex-Kissinger. I assume you recall your view that this was a good agreement when we concluded it.
24th in 2 days. Game may be over.
There are many ways to play this game. It's a matter of politics now, not policy, and I am not without skills at that sport. I will not have this snatched from me. I am going to see this through. I will bring peace despite all the deceitful play around me.
Pro Lê Đức Thọ, ex-Radio Hanoi. We acknowledge receipt of your memo to the effect that Kissinger has delayed the meeting of October 24th. However, we intend to announce the content of his previous cable that President Nixon considers the agreement complete.
The assurance Mr. President was given before we knew of Tu's rejection. As for the North Vietnamese, it was to be expected, Mr. President, that Radio Hanoi would broadcast the news. They considered the 24th as a firm date.
Well, I never signed off on it going public, not without Tu's agreement. So I don't want anyone quoting me, as saying the agreement is now complete. What do I do now about that poor bastard Tu?
Perhaps disagreements persist between ourselves and you. But as regards Hanoi, we have reached consensus ad idem.
Consensus ad crap. Without Tu, there's nothing.
Well, perhaps they inferred that...
Inferred? Listen, if this war is over, we ought to be the ones to trumpet it from the rooftops. It's 2 weeks to the election. Now, an announcement from me will look like two-bit politicking, a cheap shot after the classiest campaign in history. I didn't even mention McGovern's name once. I won't play games with a war. Not now.
Well, this is precisely my thinking, which is why I briefed Max Frankel at supper this evening.
You did what?
Think of it. Frankel's column in the early edition of the New York Times will be on the stands by the time the Radio Hanoi announcement gets airplay.
Is Frankel quoting you directly?
No, don't be silly, Chuck. Of course not. It's a leak from highly placed American officials.
When do we announce to the press? Officially?
Knowing that this president would not wish to make political capital out of venting the war, I intend to call a press conference tomorrow morning. Announce it as government business. Business as usual.
But you said Teal was unyielding. Total rejection, you said.
Yes. But our priority should be ensuring that this president is seen by the world as keeping his promise. The press conference puts all the pressure on you. No need to worry, I will leave some wiggle room. I will ensure that there is an area to maneuver as it unfolds. Well, Mr. President, I had best get about the preparations, if you will excuse me.
Yes, yes.
A momentous event, Mr. President. Congratulations.
I suppose now everybody's going to say that Kissinger won the election.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The early votes we have in, where the polls have closed, in the eastern, midwestern, and southern states, indicate that if this trend continues, this voting continues across the country like this, President Nixon will be re-elected in a landslide, and it may surpass the record popular vote for Lyndon Johnson in 1964. In that year, he got 61.1% of the vote. That was in his race against Goldwater. Now we're going to look at the electoral board showing the total number of electoral votes so far projected. They show 9 states have been projected for President Nixon with a total of 115 electoral votes. Still well short, of course, of the 270 needed to win. So far, no states projected for Senator McGovern. 42 remaining undecided. 51 includes the District of Columbia, of course, not vote, not state.
Dear Mr. President, to take a divided nation, mired in war, losing its confidence, racked by intellectuals without conviction, and give it a new purpose, overcome its hesitations, will loom ever larger in the history books. It has been an inspiration to see your fortitude in adversity and your willingness to walk alone.
Tell me, if Russia invaded the US, would you accept an agreement where they got to stay and then say it was peace? I'm a general. You are a general. Would you, as a general, accept this agreement? I have a list of modifications that are necessary before I accept Dr. Kissinger's October draft.
Over the centuries, colonialists have butchered us, deceived us. But never have we been so cruelly misled as this. Q virtually rejects the terms we negotiated. We were told the agreement was complete. Now this 69 objections.
This had better be good. I was actually enjoying myself.
It's not good. We have complete breakdown. The gulf between Saigon and Hanoi is enormous.
Oh, damn Kissinger. I knew he'd drop us in it.
Well, he knows we can't keep the collapse of the talks quiet much longer. He wants you to go on television, a presidential address to the nation explaining where we are.
Me? Oh, sure, now he wants me to step in. No wonder. Peace is at hand, indeed. Henry's the smartest man I ever met. Maybe the smartest man alive. You gotta believe, a guy like that doesn't make mistakes.
All the more reason to grab hold of this thing ourselves.
We will, but not by me going on television. How the hell can I rally the people when there's nothing new to report? No, the people who have to hear me are the North Vietnamese.
You mean resume the bombing?
Damn straight. If bombing Hanoi is what it takes, then fine. People react to fear, not love. They don't teach that in Sunday school, but it's true.
Yes, but we've never bombed civilian targets.
Maybe that's the missing element. To insist the North withdraw, okay, we can sell that. You get me an opinion poll. Ask the question, should we continue operations until the communists have withdrawn? And tighten security. Check Kissinger's staff, see if any of them were McGovern supporters. And tell Kissinger to stop smiling in the pictures with Duck Toe. We're going to finish this thing once and for all. I don't want Vietnam ruining my second term the way it did my first. I plan to leave office a hero. And that won't happen if we don't end this war. Besides, peace ought to distract the press, stop them from all this digging around that stupid Watergate business.
That's dying down already. It's almost definitely be Time Magazine's Man of the Year.
Good, good, excellent. Get Kissinger and Haig back here.
There's my boy, Tyler. How have you been? I've missed you.
Can you answer a question, please? Dr. Kissinger.
This piece of hand.
Piece of hand, that's a wonderful phrase. I wonder who made that up.
Doctor, how are your talks coming? Can you get both sides together?
Yes, I already have. Yes, I'm certainly reuniting both Vietnams. They are both screaming at me now.
How long do we have an agreement?
Confirms their agreement.
He can't be more than 18.
You heard me. A full-court press will bomb the bastards into submission. That'll teach them to scuttle the agreement.
Mr. President, it isn't exactly Hanoi that scuttled it. Chiu is the odd man out.
So he's our ally, isn't he?
Yes, but it seems strange to bomb the party who agrees with you in order to coerce the one who doesn't.
What the hell is this? Lee Duck Toe is suddenly your best friend?
No, of course not. The North are bastards, tawdry, filthy bastards. They make the Russians look good there.
All right, then let's get down to business. We bomb the North.
Well, we have some fighter bombers on carriers off Haiphong.
They can't do the job. When you use force, you don't get points for showing restraint. You and I have always agreed on that, Henry. Now, something changed in you?
No, sir, of course not.
Then you agree we do whatever it takes to get the job done. No half measures. B-52s, Henry. B-52s.
But, sir, we have never bombed a population center with strategic bombers.
The new bomb sites should make sure that we hit only strategic targets. You know, this is your fault, Henry. That peace is at hand crap raised expectations too high. Now we escalate. B-52s with unrestricted targets in the north.
But, sir, Chiu is just
No, we're through that, Henry. Alexander.
I'm with you 100%, sir. Two's the horse we rode in on, and we're honor-bound to stick by him. Doesn't matter what went down in October. Mr. President, I say you stand tall. Resume the bombing. Put those B-52 mothers in there and show them we mean business.
Well, this is a very courageous position, Mr. President. One that demonstrates the wisdom of the American people in electing you. I know when you explain this decision to them, they will rally to your support.
I don't intend to explain zilch. That's your job, Henry. You're the resident whiz when it comes to telling the nation the latest from the front.
Yes, but surely you're the only one who can make a stirring and convincing case.
Oh, you'll do a marvelous job. You use my name all you like. Just be sure to tell the nation about the president you've seen tonight. Unflappable, cool in a crisis, and firm.
I regret that, despite the earlier understanding, we have not reached an agreement that the president considers just and fair. The president wants Hanoi to know that until they show some flexibility, they are still subject to our military options.
Can you be more precise about what options you're examining?
Well, I think it is sufficient to say simply that the president is considering all the military options at his disposal.
That's a cheap shot. He's just trying to distance himself.
He can't. He was here. He went along with it. He's on the team. For now, at least. The further he runs from this, the more credit I'll get when the communists cave in. It's Kissinger who's losing his place in history. When people see this bombing end the war, they'll know how right I am.
Today, Pope Paul VI described the American bombing of Hanoi as, quote, the object of daily grief. And this from Germany says the attacks are so outrageous that, quote, even allies must call this a crime against humanity, unquote.
What else? What else?
From Joseph Kraft, today's column. Kissinger has been compromised and everybody in town knows it. Is he just a good German lending a cover of respectability to whatever monstrous policy President Nixon is pleased to pursue?
From the Americans, we will accept their private assurances, provided they're over President Nixon's name, not Kissinger's.
But it leaves us completely exposed. The communists can roll south the minute the last American troops ship out.
They could, but they won't. Kissinger is giving us secret undertakings. Be sure he's doing the same for Hanoi, even though you must at least suspect that they'll wait only for what he himself called a decent interval before marching on Saigon. In the end, it seems our allies are motivated not by ideology, care only for the great game of power politics. The decision is made. Let the Paris talks conclude. Let us prepare for the storm that will follow.